The Bucks are always hyped to play in front of their home crowd, and tonight's no different. Some confident players coming through the... Welcome, everyone. Thanks for tuning... Well... Position is obviously a point of strength for both of these teams, Brent.
Do you believe, BA, that these guys are coming in and not thinking about that very same thing? These guys want to test each other tonight, and you wonder, whoever gets the best of the other guy, will that elevate the next couple weeks of play for them in terms of their confidence? So a big man battle. Let's keep a close eye on it.
And now Indiana's starting group. Nesmith and Siakam are the forwards. Halliburton and Nembhard, the 1 and the 2. And it's Turner in at the 5, roaming the paint. Kuzma with a screen on Siakam. Kuzma outside. Antetokounmpo finds Prince. 4 on the clock. Here's the floater. Indiana with a rebound. And with their last victory, this team reached the 50-win mark on the season.
And they should be proud of what they've been able to accomplish. You can't just luck your way into 50 wins. You gotta be a good team to reach that feat. A guard who can do it all. Halliburton is solid at feeding the rock to his guys.
And one thing that Siakam has always had a knack for, Grant, cutting to the rim and finishing plays.
Yeah, he plays so well when he has space to move. He's just great off the ball, and that fits with any team. His ability to convert at the rim makes his cuts that much better.
And then Turner with the dunk.
Too easy for Turner. The defense has to put up more of a fight around the rim.
Lillard passes to Prince. Lillard against Halliburton. Pass to Antetokounmpo. Off the mark there with a 3.
Well, the D really getting away with one there. No one on him. And that's going to be good 9 out of 10 times.
Nembhard, good.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
And the foul on Tyrese Halliburton. That's his first foul of the game.
And yeah, he still was moving at the point of contact.
About 2 minutes gone by in the first quarter. Here's Lillard. The kick out to Kuzma. Oh, stolen by Turner. Lillard against Halliburton. Inside. Here's Turner. Ooh, poked away. It's stolen by Kuzma. Antetokounmpo inside. He's against Turner. And Antetokounmpo with the basket on the assist from Kuzma. The Pacers have gone 3 of 4. Off to a nice start. Halliburton against Lillard. Halliburton goes. Pass to Turner. And that's out of bounds. Indiana will retain possession. Clock at 4. Who is stolen by Lillard. Antetokounmpo with it. He's picked up by Nembhard, and the call will be against Andrew Nembhard. That's his first foul.
First personal foul. Second team foul.
First quarter of play, and we're about 3 minutes in. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Halliburton. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. Well, Grant, there are few players in the league who can attack a defense from the logo, but Lillard is one of them.
Yeah, and he makes it look so easy. You have to pick him up at the half-court line, and it's been that way for about a decade.
And you know, Damian Lillard, a lot of his points come from the line, Brent.
Well, he does a great job of getting himself there. I think defenders are so in tune with Lillard's ability to drill you from the three-point line. He gets around the initial guy and then into the teeth of the defense where he's very strong at attacking the rim.
Portis, the pass to Antetokounmpo. And Giannis with the jam.
Not much a defender can do against Giannis there.
Pass to Siakam. It's hauled in by Portis.
For him, it's harder to miss that shot than it is to make that shot. I think he was anticipating a bit of a bump there.
Pacers trail by 3. And Siakam, here we go. And out of bounds, Milwaukee will have it. Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
I was able to spend a few minutes with Doc Rivers. He said one person we cannot overlook is Tyrese Halliburton. He said the guy has major impact on the game, even when he's not scoring, which he usually is. He sets the tempo for the team. He can defend, rebound, pass the ball. Kid's got it all. Guys?
As always, Allie, we thank you. Kicks it out to Antetokounmpo. And all around the rim that time before dropping. Antetokounmpo has got 10.
Giannis really trusting his rhythm right now with his offensive game.
Halliburton, the pass to Turner. To end the run. And Siakam with the slam!
Wow. Siakam putting something extra on that one. Just a gifted player with style and substance.
Lillard looking around. Portis outside. Turner against Antetokounmpo. The shot's good. 12 points for him.
Giannis has great confidence and he's playing with it here.
And Halliburton has got the ball here for the Pacers. Trailing by 5. 15 seconds left to play in the first. 4 on the clock. Indiana needs to get a shot off. Back to Turner. The 3 is up. Doesn't go that time. Giannis Antetokounmpo has been on display for the Milwaukee Bucks. He made a big impact, scoring 12 points. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And taking a quick look here at the hustle stats for Milwaukee.
Well, their hands resulting in plenty of steals in the early going, keeping the opposition there off balance.
They've also done a great job of taking turnovers and producing out of that, working really hard that they're not wasting extra chances that they're creating.
Taurean Prince is out there with Damian Lillard. Then it's Bobby Portis. Then there's Kyle Kuzma. And it's Antetokounmpo in at the 5, down low. That's the group for Milwaukee right now.
Great decision from Tyrese Halliburton. Understands when he should look to set up his guy.
And the Pacers started last season all offense, Grant, but even they knew that would not be sustainable.
Yeah, Coach Carlisle prodded them to at least get to average on the defensive end. And there's no question they have the tools to do it.
Well, he's a guy that count on to produce from the mid-range. He doesn't miss too many open looks from there.
Nembhard outside. Pass to Turner from the arc. Sinks it from distance. Turner's got 5 now.
The defense better watch Turner more closely because he can strike that fast.
They need this. And it's Antetokounmpo with a miss. Indiana leading. They've been taking care of business.
Especially at the offensive end, where they've been totally in sync.
Now Turner launches it from deep. Rebounded by Kuzma.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
Pass to Antetokounmpo. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair. Brent, we've never seen a player like Giannis. How do you stop him? Or how do you at least slow him down?
Well, B.A., there's a reason why I'm over here in a suit and the coaches are over there in their suits. That's their job. And Giannis is just one of those guys you hope is having an off night. Force him into as many jump shots as you possibly can. But inside, Giannis is going to get there and he's going to devastate you.
Yeah, looking like a veteran running the screen and roll. Halliburton understands how to break down defenses.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Giannis Antetokounmpo wants to take on the tough assignments defensively. He said, quote, "I believe I'm one of the best two-way players to ever play this game, and I want to have that challenge." knowing that you gave everything to the game and you gave everything to stop the other team's best player.
He certainly wants to dominate in every way, Allie. Thank you. That's good.
Kuz loves those inside shots, and he's working hard to find them.
Halliburton with the ball, and it's Kuzma picking him up. Down low. Turner against Antetokounmpo. Turner passes to Halliburton. Turner, a screen on Kuzma. Here's Halliburton, back to Turner. Antetokounmpo grabs the board. The Bucks have gone just 1 of 3 to begin the second quarter. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. The Pacers pull it in. Turner's got 5 rebounds in the game. And now about 3 minutes gone in the second quarter here. Pass to Halliburton. Oh, stolen by Lillard. Portis outside. The ball's knocked loose. The kick out to Kuzma. Antetokounmpo against Halliburton. It's Prince on the wing. And a great assist by Antetokounmpo. And that one goes in. And the Bucks lead by 2. Well, Brent, league-wide, more and more points being scored. You see that tapering off at any point?
BA, with all the rule changes and what we're seeing in terms of the skill set of players growing, I mean, the scoring is just going to keep going. How far can we go? I don't know. I feel like we're topping off a little bit. The only way we're going to score more points in the game is add more time to the clock.
Turner against Antetokounmpo. Kuzma, the pass to Portis. And we've got a whistle. He was fouling with a purpose. And in that spot, in that situation, it's got to be a transition take foul. First trip to the free throw line for him tonight.
1 shot.
Indiana's gone 1 of 2 from deep in the second quarter. Halliburton surveys the floor. Rebounded by the Bucks. Lillard right side. Antetokounmpo left side. The rebound by Turner. Turner's got 6 rebounds now in the game. Nembhard outside. The 3-ball. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. Portis has got 4 rebounds now. Now 8 seconds separating the 2 clocks. Lillard finds Prince. Out of bounds. It'll be Pacers ball. Here's Halliburton.
The smart play. Wait and take the final shot.
Every second right now is valuable to you. That should be their strategy.
Pass to Siakam. Who was stolen by Lillard. And that'll do it for the first half. This game is tied. And don't go away. After the break, we'll see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the half-court shot. Drum roll. They're thinking about the shot.
And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during halftime. It's been a clinic out there by Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Can they come up with an answer for him coming out of the half? They have to change something defensively.
They're just way too easy out there, and I'm sure Coach is going to make that a priority at halftime.
And the Pacers looking at who they've got. Halliburton and Nembhard, the 1 and the 2. Nesmith and Siakam are the forwards. And it's Turner in at the center. And Antetokounmpo with the stuff.
Typically, it takes Giannis 1 stride to get where he wants to go. And in that 1 stride, he's covering so much ground, you can't keep up with him.
Prince grabs the miss. Milwaukee in the lead. Lillard outside. And it's going to be a 3-second call.
Yikes, that one stings. so much more to turn the ball over, especially with how tight the game is.
The Pacers shooting around 50% in the game so far. Here's Halliburton. And it's Rick Carlisle calling timeout here. Coach wants to speak to his guys, maybe alter some of the game plan. Toppin, he's checked in for Nembhard.
Substitution for the Pacers. Number 1.
And for those tuning in, we're about a minute into this second half. Halliburton outside. 5 on the clock. Siakam in the post, defended by Kuzma. And the shot clock expires. 24-second violation. Here's Portis. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. Pass to Lillard. Screen by Antetokounmpo. Shot from the wing. And he gets it to go, hitting off the back of the rim. Now it's a 4-point Bucks lead.
There is this old school feel about Dame's game. Even though he utilizes the three, he'll get to the mid-range and bury those.
Turner for 3. That's good. And Halliburton gets the assist. Halliburton's got 5 assists tonight.
He's got a sweet stroke from long range. Plenty of bigs do now.
Here's Lillard. There's the drive. And the dunk by Lillard.
Well, he can shoot the three, so defenses have to go out and overplay him, and that's what creates lanes for him to do stuff like that.
Neesmith on the wing. Clock at 6. Siakam in the post. Kuzma on him. Siakam, no good. Milwaukee leading by 3. Lillard passes to Antetokounmpo. The rebound by Turner. Turner's got rebound number 7 tonight. Now here's Halliburton. Siakam outside. To the inside. Toppin against Kuzma. Pass to Turner for the tie. Antetokounmpo grabs the board. And here's Antetokounmpo. He'll bring it up for the Bucks. Since the second half started, they've only given up 3 points. Portis gets the bucket.
And Portis attacking with some confidence. That's in his range.
Over to the wing. Out to the right wing. Turner finds Siakam. And Siakam with the slam.
He's undersized for a 4, but his hops level the playing field.
Turner against Antetokounmpo. Out to Lillard. Second chance shot. Antetokounmpo inside. Turner covers. And it's Antetokounmpo with the miss. Here's Toppin. It's good. And give the assist to Siakam. Siakam's got 3 assists tonight.
And I like this. Don't just put Obi on the perimeter or have him spot up. Use that length. Use that toughness. Let him make plays inside.
Picked by Prince. Lillard passes to Prince. Portis outside. Here he goes. Unable to get that one. Indiana has gone only 1 of 3 from deep here in the third. Halliburton with the ball. Portis picks him up. Halliburton outside. Pass to Toppin. Now Turner from the lead. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. Antetokounmpo's got 4 rebounds in the game. Portis left side. Here's Lillard. He's covered by Siakam. Lillard passes to Prince. Here's Antetokounmpo. It's good. Antetokounmpo's got 4 points now in the quarter.
And his fantastic performance from the last game has carried over to tonight.
And the coach pretty smart for zoning in on him and giving him opportunities to stay with that confident play.
And we've watched 3 so far in this one. The Bucks on top, up by 4. All right, we're going to step aside for just a second, but join us right back here for the start of quarter number 4 next. And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. Bobby Portis out there with Damian Lillard. Then it's Giannis Antetokounmpo. Then there's Prince. And it's Kuzma in at the small forward position. That's the 5 on the floor for the Bucks. Back to Antetokounmpo. Offline with a baseline jumper.
I saw a green light there. The D's not going to get away with that kind of lapse all that often here tonight.
Toppin passes to Nesmith. Halliburton outside. Pass to Turner. Oh, a dunk and a foul! A powerhouse move! He's got a chance for one more at the line. It's going to be on Bobby Portis. And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. The hustle stats for the Bucks.
Their defensive intensity has served them well. It kept the offense scrambling and resulted in several steals.
And I feel like another part of tonight's game has been the hustle points, getting up and down, getting second chances, getting transition opportunities. They've been fantastic in that area.
Few possessions into the 4th, just over a minute play to take the lead. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair.
And the defense recognizing that Turner can make this shot, which is why he gets fouled.
That one drops. He ties it up. And that one drops. So now they lead by 1. Well, Milwaukee's shooting around 50% in the game so far. Antetokounmpo. Kuzma down low. He's against Turner. Kuzma, that's good.
Now Giannis preparing for that kind of attention from the defense, and he found a teammate with an open look.
Portis against Halliburton. Halliburton drives. It's tipped. Oh, stolen by Lillard. Kuzma, the pass to Prince. To the middle. Antetokounmpo against Turner. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Siakam. Pass to Portis. Shot clock at 5. The Bucks need to get up a shot here. Antetokounmpo can't connect.
Well, after an impressive first half, he's just not been able to get the room or get anything going here in the second.
Up top, Toppin. And the layup is good off the glass. And the Pacers lead by 1. Tight ball game coming down the stretch.
Yeah, with 7 lead changes thus far, this has been a thriller.
Antetokounmpo, that's good.
And Giannis continuing to look for the mid-range, showing his confidence.
And so it's Halliburton with it. He brings it up for the Indiana Pacers. It's hauled in by Portis. Portis has got his 6th rebound on the night. And Prince with the bucket on the assist by Antetokounmpo. Antetokounmpo has got his 4th assist in this one.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Over to the left wing. Portis with the steal. And the Bucks pushing it up now. Ahead. Lillard against Turner. Lillard passes to Prince. Oh, stolen by Turner. In transition, here come the Pacers. Halliburton finds Siakam. Indiana again missing. The Bucks leading by 3. Antetokounmpo with it. Turner covering. Ooh, went in there strong and tried to power it down. But he drew the contact and he'll head to the line. It goes on Obi Toppin.
So tough to contain the length of Giannis. When he takes those strides, he's going to make you foul him.
Taking 2 shots.
And he can't make the second free throw either. Missed them both. Halliburton goes. There's a minute 17 left in the fourth quarter of this one. And here's Toppin from the arc. The Pacers again can't hit.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's the shot he typically makes.
Here's Antetokounmpo. Oh, Giannis working inside.
And you can see early on that Giannis wanted to be aggressive. I mean, he's taken over at the offensive end.
And out of bounds. Milwaukee will have it. The Bucks have gone 4 of 7 from the field in the fourth quarter. .46 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter. Here's Prince. And a great assist by Antetokounmpo. And that one goes in. And it's a 7-point Bucks lead.
Really feels like they're in control. They've got a big lead with time dwindling.
Yeah, looking for a miracle worker out there is the opposing coaching staff. I don't know that they have one. This game seems to be well in hand.
It's stolen by Halliburton. To the paint. Neesmith. Count it!
Now that's one to remember. What an impact on the game.
I'm wondering, is that the biggest shot of the game?
3 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Here's Prince. 12 seconds left in the fourth quarter. 6 on the shot clock. The fadeaway. The shot won't fall. And we'll have a timeout here called by Rick Carlisle. There is a lot on the line, and he is determined to make sure everyone's on the same page. All right, thoughts on what coach is going to do here?
And this comes down to whether they want to go for a 3 to win or send it to overtime with a 2. Either way, it's got to happen off this inbound pass.
Pacers substitution. Number 2, Andrew Nembhard.
He got it up in time. Oh, that shot had a chance, but the all-or-nothing shot attempt is off the mark. So it's a narrow victory. Allie, thank you as always. And that about wraps it up for Allie LaForce.
three-point shot, so important in today's NBA, and a major part of the game playing great for both of these teams.
And we can expect to see a high volume of shots from beyond the arc in this one. I'm looking for whichever squad is able to create more havoc and throw the opposing shooters off their rhythm.
So let's take a look at the starters for the Dallas Mavericks. Derek Lively is out there with Davis, and there's Klay Thompson, then there's Edwards, and it's Washington in at the three spot. Nice shot by Portis.
And that's the beauty of Giannis. Always been a willing passer and can find the open man once the D focuses in on him.
Lively, that's good.
Man, he's got such a great touch and feel around the basket. He made that reverse look easy.
Giannis kicks to Portis. Wants to get it to Antetokounmpo and does. That one good for two.
And you love watching Giannis operate inside. So assertive and forceful.
Edwards passes to Lively. Lively is screen on Prince. Back to Lively. Dallas moving it around. It's stolen by Antetokounmpo. Kuzma, right side. A three-pointer off the mark. Thompson against Prince. Over in the corner, Washington. And stolen by Lillard. Antetokounmpo kicks to Prince. Lillard outside. Antetokounmpo setting the pick for Lillard. Pass to Antetokounmpo. Stolen by Washington. And here's the fast break. Davis leading the way. Thompson from long range. Giannis grabs the miss. Milwaukee's gone 1 of 2 from long range in the first quarter. Prince outside. Giannis sets a screen for Prince. Back to Antetokounmpo. Kicks it out to Lillard. Lock at 6. Screen by Giannis. Damian Lillard, and that's good.
A downright lethal three-point threat. Lillard is someone defenders must stay attached to if they want to have any impact.
Lively with the screen. And Thompson gets it to go.
And guys getting into a nice groove here, starting to feel it.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling three-point opportunities.
Now here's Kuzma. Trying to answer back, but that three is off the mark. With a short break in the action, gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Well, I was able to talk with Doc Rivers for a minute. He told me, now that team goes as Anthony Davis goes. When AD is feeling good and he's in rhythm, everything clicks. Coach said we need a team effort on both ends. Our communication has to be excellent, and even then, we're not going to completely stop him. Guys?
Thanks, David. And Greg, 2 seasons ago, the Bucks ranked first in defensive rating. Last season, they dropped down to number 19.
Yeah, shifting defensive schemes, coaching changes, also swapping Drew Holiday for Damian Lillard. But they can and should be better than 19.
Now, here's Portis. After the miss from Klay Thompson. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Thompson. Here's Kuzma. A tad short, but it's good off the front iron.
Just soft touch in the mid-range right there by Kyle Kuzma. Just accepting what the defense is willing to concede.
Edwards passes to Davis. On the wing, Thompson. Lively finds Thompson. Shoots over Kuzma. Here's Lively. Out to Edwards. And stolen by Kuzma. Prince with the ball. Picked up by Thompson. Giannis dishes to Lillard. And the foul called on P.J. Washington. That is his first foul of the game. Christie's checked in for Dallas. 54 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Lillard, the pass to Giannis. Kicks it out to Lillard. Over in the corner, Portis. Shot from the wing. The Mavericks pull it in.
Well, certainly not the best defensive effort, but this guy can't make them pay for their laziness.
The three from Davis. It's rebounded by Portis. Bucks leading by 5. 7-second difference, shot and game clock. And there's the whistle on the shot. Took the foul, shot misses. He'll be shooting 2.
Man, with that skill set, at 6'11", Giannis might be the toughest guard in the league.
And the Mavericks making a change here. Gafford's checked in. Mavericks trail by 6. Here's Edwards. Oh, and he plucks it off the glass. Wow. Portis, the pass to Antetokounmpo. To the left wing. Giannis sets a screen for Lillard. It'll count. And that one released in time, but no good. And so it's the Milwaukee Bucks with a 6-point. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. When you consider how the Bucks are doing, what do you guys think?
What we saw in that first quarter, they won their matchups defensively.
I think across the board, a number of guys who've done a great job guarding multiple positions.
On the court for Dallas here in the second, we've got Davis. Christie is out there with Edwards. Then there's Daniel Gafford. And it's Lively in at the 5. Mavericks trail by 6. And we know Kuzma's always been a terrific scorer. But Craig, he's developed as a passer over time.
And Kevin, early in his career, Kuzma wasn't called on to be a leader, but he's grown into that role, and he puts effort into orchestrating for his teammates.
Well, just tremendous instincts from Prince. Feeling the defense, getting loose, getting into his catch-and-shoot game. Nicely done.
Portis sets the pick for Lillard. Outside Portis. And it's good. Assisting on the play was Lillard. Portis has got the lead up to 10 now for Milwaukee. Lively with it. Lillard picks him up. Lively the pass to Davis. Misses the 3. Milwaukee's gone 4 of 8 tonight from three-point land, shooting 50% on the 3-ball here. And Antetokounmpo. It's hauled in by Edwards.
Never easy to stop this guy at the rim, but that is a beautiful contest right there.
For the screen on Kuzma. Dallas, no good that time either.
He is too good a shooter, guys, to be left open like that. The defense just dodged a bullet there.
Antetokounmpo kicks to Kuzma. Portis against Edwards. Shot clock at 6. Out of bounds, Dallas will take possession. And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Kevin, thanks. It's important to remember Damian Lillard was a 2-star prospect coming out of high school in Oakland. He says that the doubt I faced, what I found is I have true belief in myself. I poured a lot in and just continued to work. That's why when I struggle, I never waver because I know that I'm true to it. Eventually, I'm going to have my time. Kevin?
I think they call that Dame time. Hey, David, thank you. Fires from way outside. Again, the miss by the Mavericks.
And when you are as good a shooter as he is, you have to have the confidence to take that shot. It might not always fall.
And for most guys, I think you only want to take that shot if you've hit a few in a row. That is absolutely a heat check.
Now here is Davis. No scoring in this one. Back to Lively. No one near Edwards as he lets it fly. Outside, Davis. Another miss, and they've really hit a rough patch here. Bucks leading by 10. The kick out to Antetokounmpo. Pass to Portis. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Davis. Portis. The offensive rebound. He clangs that one off the back iron, and down it falls. Antetokounmpo's got his 3rd basket of the night right there. And here's Edwards from the arc. Giannis Antetokounmpo grabs the miss. And here's Giannis. He'll bring it up for the Milwaukee Bucks. Lillard dishes to Antetokounmpo. Kicks it out to Lillard. And Lively pulls it down. Lively's got rebound number 5 here tonight. It's all about Antetokounmpo. Kicks it out to Lillard. This one for three. Sinks the three-pointer. Lillard's got 6. And breaking down some numbers here, the hustle stats for Milwaukee.
I mean, they've come out aggressive defensively, getting into them and coming up with some cookies along the way.
Yeah, they've also been alert and active on the defensive end. Creating turnovers and turning those into points on the offensive end.
Here's Christie. Again, the miss by the Mavericks.
Boy, you can just see the frustration growing on their faces. Nothing going their way.
It's just been one of those games, and they need to find a way to turn it around before it gets completely away from them.
Lively against Portis. Lillard with a screen for Portis. Driving the lane, and Portis throws it down.
And how about breaking out the Statue of Liberty on that
A
dunk?
nice way to pad that lead a little more. You're right. Edwards kicks to Davis. Pass to Christie. 11 seconds left in the first half of basketball. And it's Dallas with another.
Boy, that's as wide open as you're going to get. The defense needs to lock in and be better than that.
Gafford passes to Davis. No good there, and that would have cut it to single digits. And so it's Milwaukee up by a dozen here at the end of the quarter. A look at the feet. Thank you, David, and we'll be back after halftime as the third quarter gets underway. And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the route that it's threatening to be. Bobby Portis with a strong contribution so far in this one.
Yeah, and just look at the numbers from the first half. He has been very efficient.
I think they've taken their time. They've showed incredible patience. It's a sign of a well-coached ball club.
Bobby Portis out there with Antetokounmpo. Then it's Taurean Prince. Then it's Damian Lillard. And it's Kuzma in at the 2-guard spot. That's the 5 to begin the second half for Doc Rivers. Now here's Edwards. Scoreless thus far. Thompson in the corner. Wants to get it to Lively and does. From past the arc. Thompson with the 3. Zadores, here's a question for you. Should the NBA widen the court? Because the corner 3 now is such a staple in these offenses.
That's exactly right. One of the most coveted, Kevin, because the proximity of the shot is so desirable. Here's what we know unequivocally. There's no way they're going to widen the court because it would take out some of the money-making courtside seats. That's not happening.
And the clock. Portis sets the pick for Giannis. Will not go. This is off the front iron. Davis with it. Now guarded by Antetokounmpo. For 3, Edwards. Giannis grabs the miss.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
Inside. Portis, the pass to Giannis. Doesn't go for him.
Boy, this guy is a good finisher, so he misses a chippy. That's tough to take.
Lets it go with a 3. Good on that shot. With that, the Bucks' lead is cut down to just 6 points, and the bucket from Exum.
Well, Dante Exum knocking down shots will put a smile on this team's face. He continues to work on the offensive end.
Now here's Lillard. 6 points for him. Portis for 3. Mavericks with the rebound. Davis has got rebound number 5 here tonight. Thompson against Kuzma. Exum passes to Davis. And he has 6. Dallas needs to get off a shot. 18 feet out. Tried to bank it in, but he misses. Bucks leading by 6. Antetokounmpo kicks to Lillard. Off the mark there with the 3-point shot. And so it's Thompson with it. He'll bring it up for Dallas. Haven't given up any points here in the second half. Gets the three-pointer to fall. Thompson's got 9.
Well, and it took a terrific effort at both ends to sustain this run.
They found their composure on both ends of the floor, and that is what triggered this run.
Mavericks trailed by 5. Second half of play, and we're 3 minutes into the third here. And there's the call on Giannis Antetokounmpo. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
And so it's Dallas with it. Thompson misses.
Boy, a wide-open shot from his favorite spot. That is one he'd like to have back.
And it didn't fall, but that's the kind of shot they want their offense to create.
You know, it can be frustrating when you make the right plays and fail to reap the rewards. You just have to stay with it here.
Now Davis. After the missed 3 from Klay Thompson. Here's the 3. Again, the miss by Thompson.
And guys, this has got to be more of a team effort. Right now, he's playing all for himself.
Giannis, no good. Now the Mavericks moving it up. Finished off the break. He's got 6.
And I like Davis's decision-making. Fantastic. Always great at understanding when to move the ball.
Knocked away. Pass to Edwards. And stolen by Kuzma. Outside Portis. Lillard, a screen on Thompson. Portis kicks to Lillard. Portis, the pass to Kuzma. Milwaukee, no good that time either. They can trade 2 for 1 here.
Would be the right move, I believe, right now.
From deep, Prince. Antetokounmpo finds Prince. And there's the whistle. 3-second violation.
Boy, not on the same page there. And in a possession ball game, that's a big mistake.
And here are the Mavericks now. Big run right now going for him, 11-2. Now 8 seconds separating the 2 clocks. Lively with the screen. Outside for Davis for the tie. Oh, Davis showing his range.
It's always a good sign when the 3 is falling for Davis. It really opens up the rest of this game.
Antetokounmpo passes to Portis. Back to Antetokounmpo. Can't cash in. That's the end of the third, and it's all tied up. And we'll get going at... And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our... State Farm assist of the game.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Well, making the game easy for your teammates. All about putting them in a position to score. That's pretty.
And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. On the floor for Dallas starting the 4th quarter here. Washington out there with Anthony Davis. Then it's Derek Lively, and there's Klay Thompson, and it's Edwards in at the point guard. And the foul called on P.J. Washington.
Second personal foul.
That's foul number 2 for him. Prince against Edwards. Kuzma outside. Portis in the post. Left side, Antetokounmpo. Back to Portis. All sorts of time. And it's Antetokounmpo picking up the assist. Giannis has got 3 assists in the game. Edwards finds Davis. Now here's Thompson. Davis setting the pick for Thompson. A 3-pointer is right on target. Thompson's got 9 points here in the second half.
Klay Thompson's so adept at using the pick and roll to his advantage. Takes what the defense gives him.
Nice shot by Portis.
We're real. Come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
And you would expect nothing less from these two, taking pride and making plays.
And here's Kuzma after the 3-pointer from Bobby Portis. Out to Kuzma. Prince outside. 5 on the clock. Back to Kuzma. Three-pointer. A rebound by Washington. The Mavericks trailing. Outside Edwards. Davis with a screen on Portis. Davis using his size.
And phenomenal movement in that pick and roll. Davis has a sense for where to move after setting that screen.
Davis against Giannis. And Lively pulls it down. Lively's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Out to the wing. Pass to Washington. Knocks down the three ball. Washington's got the lead up to 3 now for the Mavs.
And you talk about fighting your way back into a game. They've shown a lot of grit in this comeback.
Yeah, to start off with so many mistakes and still now find a way where everything's working, it allows their momentum and confidence to continue to build.
And they're running. Pushing it up. Giannis with the dunk and throwing it down hard.
He knows he's the leader of this team. Giannis embracing the opportunity to come through with big baskets.
The open shot, Edwards. Antetokounmpo pulls it in. Giannis has got 14 rebounds for him tonight. Wow. Kuzma can't get it to go.
He is single-handedly dropping the temperature in here with that cold streak.
He is trying to shoot his way out of it, and it might be better for him to pass the basketball at this point.
Prince outside. Portis sets the pick for Prince. Pass to Portis. Kuzma against Washington. Kuzma kicks to Giannis. And Lively pulls it down. Lively's got the glass covered here tonight. 11 boards for him. And the foul called on Antetokounmpo. That's foul number 2 for him.
Second personal foul.
And we've got a timeout called by Jason Kidd. The magnitude at this juncture in the game clearly warranting a timeout. Some changes here for the Mavericks. Daniel Gafford comes in for P.J. Washington. And Irving subbed in for Klay Thompson. And now we've got some time to check in from the sideline. You got for us, D.A.?
Well, I was able to listen in on what Jason Kidd went over with his team. With the game in the balance, coach was calm in the huddle. His main message, execution. Told his team to make sure to remember what they talked about during the shoot-around. We've got a great ending in store, guys.
Thank you, David.
So much riding on that shot. What a bucket.
I'll tell you, that changes things, doesn't it? Good job, young fella. What a game.
Now here's Irving. Pass to Lively. Now Gafford. Lillard comes with the double team. And stolen by Portis. And there's the call on Kyrie Irving. That is his first foul of the game.
Second team foul.
They'll be trying to take as much time off the clock as they can.
Exactly. Expect to see longer possessions from this point on.
Here's Antetokounmpo. It's blocked. Portis, the pass to Kuzma. Portis, the screen. Kuzma kicks to Giannis, and he commits the intentional foul.
Honestly, just doing what they have to in order to get the basketball back.
Good on the first, and that makes it a 3-point lead. So he gets them both, and it's a 4-point ball game.
That's what you call slamming the door. This one is over.
And on the way from Irving for 3. Milwaukee with the rebound. And they stop the clock as soon as they can with the intentional foul.
Personal foul. Fourth team foul. At the line for Milwaukee.
He hits the first one, and that puts them up by 5.
2 shots.
And he hits both free throws here. So now it's a 6-point ball game. Irving way outside. Again, the miss by the Mavericks. So it's Milwaukee picking up the win. It was a fantastic ball game, and they did a great job making sure it didn't get away from them late.
Yeah, I mean, they faced some challenges.
All right, David, thanks so much. And that'll do it, folks. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for
Hello and welcome. We're ready to get the week off. Richard, what do you expect to see from this guard matchup?
These guys are lethal one-on-one, but I think the key is to keep their teammates involved, playing unselfish basketball.
Here are the 5 for the Suns. Booker and Beal are the talented backcourt. Nick Richards out there with Kevin Durant, and it's Bol in at center. Richards rejected by Antetokounmpo. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Bucks. Here's Milwaukee. Out to Portis. 4-3. To the left wing. He hits the back iron and sinks it.
And that's just Giannis making the right play, feeding the open man.
It's Booker on the wing, defended by Kuzma. And a miss there on the triple. And so it's Antetokounmpo with it. He brings it up for Milwaukee. You know, Booker gets a lot of praise for his scoring. But how about his skill as a passer, Richard?
Oh, he's a good decision maker, B.A. He's able to read defenses and dissect them with his passing. He's shown he can be a traditional quote-unquote point guard.
Booker goes in. Soft touch off the glass.
I like how sudden Booker can be on the drive, charging into a gap before the defense sees it's there.
Antetokounmpo, the pass to Portis. And a great assist by Antetokounmpo. And that one goes in. Portis has got 5 now.
He's consistent from out there, especially when you give him that kind of room.
Pass to Bol. Here's Booker. Booker missing again.
And usually that's a bucket for him, but look, nobody's perfect in the mid-range.
Milwaukee shooting their first free throw attempt on the night. The Bucks have gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. Here's Antetokounmpo, and that's good. His first bucket of the game.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Now here's Beal. Pass to Booker. And the layup is good.
Ooh, Booker showing some power.
For Milwaukee, they've gone 3 of 5 here in the opening quarter. It's Lillard with the drive. Misses from short range.
And he's usually able to score on that type of defense rather easily. Surprising to see him come away empty.
Beal finds Booker. Drills it from deep. He has 7.
A reliable three-point sniper. I like seeing Booker connect from downtown.
Pass to Prince. Portis with a screen on Durant. Portis outside. Three-pointer. Hits the trifecta.
Man, this is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
Filthy. I mean, just the arena is stunned.
He's got a deep bag of tricks to dig into. All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Bradley Beal is settling in as one of multiple stars in Phoenix. He said, it's been an adjustment for sure. You go from being very ball dominant to now you share the dominance, and it's a sacrifice and also an adjustment of learning a totally different role. Brian, he says it's a process, but one he embraces.
Good point. Thanks, Allie.
Look at the power on that.
He has to be one of the top dunkers in the game today. Antetokounmpo with it. Beal picks him up. Not sure why he committed the intentional foul. No purpose.
I think everyone's a little confused, but weird plays happen.
And they go to the intentional foul.
I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
Milwaukee shooting their second and third free throws tonight. And that one falls for Antetokounmpo.
And Giannis will just about do anything the coaching staff asks. A true team player.
That one misses. Suns trail by 5. Three-pointer, Beal. The rebound by the Bucks. Antetokounmpo has got his 5th rebound in this one. Fires from the line. Hits the rim on the way in, and the bucket is good.
It doesn't matter where he is on the floor. Lillard is a walking bucket.
Booker, the pass to Durant. Outside Booker. Back to Durant. That's good from Bol on the assist from Durant.
At his size, KD is able to see the floor so well, and it helps him make passes just like that.
Pass to Antetokounmpo. Out to Portis. Takes the three. Bol grabs the board.
And just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Booker finds Durant. Fires from deep. Sinks the tray.
Slick shot by Durant. Gets the pass and is in his motion a second later.
Prince against Booker. Prince down low, and it's Devin Booker with a rebound. And so it's Beal who brings up the ball for the Phoenix Suns. Trailing by 2. Durant's shot is off. Milwaukee has gone 2 for 4 from range to start things off. Pass to Portis. 2-second difference between shot and game clock. Inside. Puts the move on. And the layup is good. Portis has got 10 points in the game.
Attacking in the painted area. Clearly that was their game plan coming in.
Antetokounmpo with the block. Here's Lillard. Oh, no good on the last second attempt there. A big-time effort for Bobby Portis. And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. All right, what stands out to you from Milwaukee in this one?
It's simple. When you can protect the rim the way they have, it's a big advantage.
You can't overstate how much interior defense can shape the game. They have a distinct advantage there, and they have turned it into a lead.
Damian Lillard out there with Taurean Prince. Then it's Bobby Portis. Then there's Kyle Kuzma. And it's Antetokounmpo in at the 5. That's the group from Milwaukee right now.
You got to appreciate the consistency. Night in and night out, he brings it.
Left side Bol. That one's good. Give the assist to Booker. Bol's gotten his second bucket on the night. Milwaukee leading by 4. Good drive by Lillard. Portis outside. And Durant with the block.
And for all the attention his offense gets, never question Durant's ability at the defensive end.
Another shot. A nice shot by Richards. Richards has gotten his first basket of the night.
Now, what's the saying? Don't box out, you get your feelings hurt.
Here's Antetokounmpo. Lillard outside. Down low. And stolen by Bol. Durant with it. And it's Kuzma picking him up. Offensive rebound. Outside Bol. Pass to Beal. 6 to shoot. Richards, the pass to Durant. Second shot opportunity. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. Well, when you look at the forwards in this league, there are a lot more Grant Hill types out there these days, partner.
Well, thank you for the nice words, B.A. Of course, I took pride in my overall game. And over the last few decades or so, we've seen a bunch of guys playing the 3, 4, and 5 who can pass, dribble, and shoot. So it's fun to watch the game evolve.
Portis, the pass to Prince. Back to Portis. And it's Phoenix with a rebound. Left side, Durant. Clear the way for Durant.
Durant too quick off the drive. Easy dunk for KD.
Out to Portis. Over to the left wing. Durant against Lillard. Pass to Prince. Now Lillard. Kuzma outside. Three-pointer off the mark. And you look at how Durant is playing at his age. He's still as elite as it gets, RJ.
You don't lose skill. KD could play into his 40s if he wanted to. That shot isn't going away, and he's always going to be tall. He will be one of the best scorers every time he laces them up.
Milwaukee with the ball. Following the score by Phoenix. Antetokounmpo, the pass to Portis. And And a great assist by Antetokounmpo. And that one goes in. Antetokounmpo's got his 4th assist in this one. Prince against Booker. Great D that time from Antetokounmpo. Milwaukee in the lead. Lillard with the ball. Pass to Portis. The 11-footer. And it comes off the front of the rim.
Most nights this shot would have been his, but the defender gave him just enough trouble.
Durant finds Bull. Bull, a screen on Kuzma. Durant, the pass to Bull. Sinks another one. He's on a roll, starting 4 for 4.
Using the pick nicely. Durant able to find the open man.
Giannis driving inside, and the foul is called. He missed it, and they're not happy with the call here. Coach has given the signal. He's going to use his challenge. Probably a good idea.
I've seen so many of these personal foul calls still disputed, even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting.
And Booker is so active on offense, which really forces the D to act with aggression at times.
Both free throws good from Booker.
Now he's perfectly comfortable doing work at the line.
And so Prince will bring it up for the Bucks. Portis outside. Back to Prince. Portis a screen. Shot clock at 6. Prince can't hit. The Suns leading. Here's Durant. And the shot counts. He's fouled, and it's a chance for a 3-point play. You attempted to guard Kevin Durant in your playing days. How hard was that?
It was not easy. He's an elite scorer, ball handler. Oh, yeah, he's also 7 feet tall. KD is one of the toughest assignments that you will ever face.
The 3 from Prince. On target from range. Prince has got his first 3 points of the game.
And I love the balance for Lillard between scoring and passing. That time finding his teammate for the great look.
Booker against Prince. Pass to Bull. Over Kuzma. Giannis with the rebound. Antetokounmpo has got 7 rebounds in the game. And Lillard, here we go. Rejected by Bull. And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. The Suns on top, leading by 1. And join us right back here after the break for the start of the second half.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the half-court shot. Drums. They're measuring up the shot.
We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple of quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. Bobby Portis in his bag in this one.
Well, if he's hit threes like he did in the first half, he's going to have a monster night.
And let's see if the D adjusts, make life a little more difficult on him.
And so in the game for the Suns, they've got Nick Richards. Grayson Allen is out there with Bradley Beal, and it's Bull, and it's Durant in at the 3 slot.
The defense gets cut to shreds by Lillard on the drive. He's just so quick and agile.
And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Lillard.
He clipped the ball there, but not enough to nab the steal.
That's fine. You love the effort, not making things easy for the opposition on offense.
Ooh, that's a tough break. After poor communication defensively, it leaves him all by himself.
And now we have an intentional foul. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, bizarre play, B.A. Not sure what got into him.
And here is Antetokounmpo. He has 7. Pass to Kuzma. Plenty of space. And a great assist by Antetokounmpo. And that one goes in. And the Bucks lead by 3. Bol with it. Giannis Antetokounmpo grabs the board. Antetokounmpo's got rebound number 10 tonight with that last one. And he commits the intentional foul.
Second personal foul. Second team foul.
Here's Lillard. He's got 5. Inside. Antetokounmpo, the pass to Lillard. Lillard converting inside.
He's been playing great, unselfish basketball, really putting the rock in the hands of the right shooters.
His court vision has been on display in this one. He's doing a tremendous job just orchestrating the offense beautifully.
Portis with the steal. Antetokounmpo with it. Beal picks him up for 3. Here's Lillard. Antetokounmpo, the pass to Lillard. And so they choose to intentionally foul.
First personal foul. Third team foul.
Over a minute and a half now into this third quarter action. Here's Lillard. Second chance effort. Bradley Beal with a rebound. Suns trail by 5. Allen on the wing. No points yet. On the wing, Durant. Defended by Lillard. Offensive board. Can't get it to drop. The Bucks have gotten 3 of 6 shots to fall so far in the third. And now we've got an intentional foul.
Richard. Second personal foul. Fourth team foul.
And it's out of bounds to the Bucks as Milwaukee retains possession. The Bucks leading by 5. Grant, Kyle Kuzma is an instinctual scorer who gets it done in a variety of ways.
He's especially skilled inside the painted area, but he's a capable shooter from mid-range and beyond the arc. Plus, he's someone you can rely on in the clutch.
Now here's Bol to win the cold spell. Richards, the pass to Durant. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Back to Richards. Portis with the steal. And stolen by Bol. Good D by Antetokounmpo. And for some reason, he decided to foul there.
NBA, that's an odd move. Maybe there's something else behind it.
And he'll take his 3rd and 4th free throws of the night.
He could not find the mark from the free throw line in their last game.
Booker, he's checked in for Allen. And he's good on the 2nd. Here's Booker. He's got 11. Second half of play, and we're 3 minutes into the third here. And it goes as the official calls the foul. Count it, and he'll shoot one more at the line. Phoenix shooting their 4th attempt at the line tonight.
This is who you want at the line, and Booker gets himself there a lot.
And it's Lillard penetrating. An open look for Portis. Yes, great play by Lillard to set it up. Lillard's got 3 assists tonight. Bol, a screen on Lillard. Drives to the hoop. Beal finds Bol. And he takes it in for the layup off a very nice feed. Bol's got 10.
Love how selfless he is setting brick screens like this. Plays like that right there are what help create easy scoring opportunities.
Now here's Antetokounmpo. Give him 8. Pass to Prince. 4 on the clock. The kick out to Kuzma. The Bucks need to get up a shot here. Portis for 3. And it's Phoenix with a rebound. Bol's got 6 rebounds now in the game. Booker against Prince. Now here's Booker. Not a lot of room. Bol, a screen on Kuzma. For 3, Booker. Devin Booker for 3.
Making room for himself. Booker using the pick and roll to great effect.
And now they decide to foul intentionally. It'll be his 4th time going to the line in this game.
Team is in the penalty.
And that one falls for Antetokounmpo.
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
So Antetokounmpo nails both of them. Phoenix has gotten 3 of their 7 threes to find the net in this matchup. Durant against Kuzma. Durant, the pass to Richards. Oh, and there's a one-hand jam.
Impressive one-hand slam right there, B.A.
Man, as long as he's confident about it, I'm good with it. Maybe use 2 hands next time. He knows where he is. Now here's Antetokounmpo. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Durant. Out to Lillard. Portis outside. From behind the arc. And it's Phoenix with a rebound. Now here's Richards. A chance there to take the lead, but a miss. Tie game in Milwaukee. And don't go away. We'll be back. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
Now, I know he's a big man, but he's got some point guard in him if he's making passes like this.
And for the defense, it's so tough to guard a big man with that kind of court vision and dime dropping ability.
3 tense quarters behind us. 1 more to go. Thanks for being with us as we get ready for the 4th. Kyle Kuzma out there with Bobby Portis. Then there's Prince. Then there's Damian Lillard. And it's Antetokounmpo in at the 5, roaming the paint. That's the 5 on the floor for the Bucks.
This is when your interior D has to be on high alert.
Bol against Lillard. Then Beal comes to help. Back to Lillard. Pass to Antetokounmpo. Out to Lillard. Here's Prince. Portis with a screen on Booker. Portis outside. No good with the triple.
And just executing your offense earlier in the clock helps you avoid shots like that.
Beal's shot is off.
Look, the defense was locked in on him there. They know how dangerous he can be, and they guarded him perfectly.
The shot by Lillard, no good. The Suns have gotten just 1 shot to fall out of 3 attempts in the 4th. It's Beal on the wing. Back to Richards. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. Portis has got 4 rebounds now. Lillard outside. This one for 3. Such a sweet stroke from Damian Lillard.
And this is exactly why you got to be up on Lillard, or he'll burn you off the catch.
Booker, the pass to Beal. Durant against Kuzma. Pass to Bol. Antetokounmpo grabs the board. Antetokounmpo's got rebound number 13 tonight with that one. Out to Portis. Screen by Antetokounmpo. Portis into the lane. Giannis throws it down.
And look at Giannis using his length inside, allowing him to beat the contact and get the finish.
Now here's Bol. Beal outside. It's Booker on the wing. Richards with a screen. Antetokounmpo grabs the board. And so Antetokounmpo will bring it up for Milwaukee. Now, great 4th quarter. Just giving up 2 points.
First team foul.
Over 2.5 minutes in the books here in the 4th. Here's Lillard. Oh, it's blocked by Bol. To the middle. Here's Richards. Throw it down on the breakaway jam.
Good eyes, Bradley Beal. That's a nice setup there.
It's Prince on the wing. Off target from 3-point range.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the 3-point line.
Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up.
Yeah, and you never want to let shots at the rim go uncontested.
And let's take a moment to get your take, guys, on the scoring so far for the Bucks.
Their offense has been a well-oiled machine. They're moving the ball around, playing for one another, and just piling up assists.
They're also doing a good job working the ball inside tonight. The defense has been struggling to slow them down there in the paint.
Second team foul.
And here's Milwaukee now. Portis with a screen on Beal. Lillard passes to Portis. Now Kuzma, back to Portis. Lillard outside, clock at 4. Over Booker. And that one off the back of the rim and in. Lillard's got 5 points now this quarter.
ICE. He has absolute ice in his veins. This guy, he lives for these moments.
Now here's Beal. Oh, stolen by Lillard. Here's Antetokounmpo. Here's Prince. Back to Antetokounmpo. Not sure why he committed the intentional foul. No purpose.
I think everyone's a little confused, but weird plays happen.
He drops the first one, and that'll put him up 2. Second free throw, no good that time. He really wanted that one.
He missed a chance to put them up by 3. You know he'd like to have that one back.
Bowl, screen on Portis. Richards, pass to Bowl. Durant with it. 6 on the shot clock. Back to Bowl. And stolen by Antetokounmpo. Going inside. And so they foul intentionally. He gets the first. And that makes it a 3-point lead. And he cannot convert on the second. That misses. Oh, so much on the line here.
And the crowd is locked in.
To the paint. Shoots. Cash. Oh, what a sensational bucket. That brings him within 1.
Great to see guys who don't back down under pressure.
He knew what they needed here and was determined to deliver.
And an intentional foul right there. He hits the first one, and that'll put him up 2. Second one is good, getting both at the line. And it's a 3-point game.
And those were some big-time shots. Those free throws helping make this a 3-point game.
Shot clock and game clock, 1 second differential. Pass to Bowl, 3-pointer. Rebounded by the Bucks. And they foul intentionally. That's what they have to do at this point.
Getting a little desperate at this stage. I mean, the clock's the big factor.
And he misses the first one. Boy, he wanted that one to go. And he does get the second one. And that gives him a 4-point cushion. Phoenix calls timeout. They're behind by 4. What do you think is going to be their best move at this point?
No doubt. They've got to get a quick bucket here.
Yeah, it has to be fast. They got to take the first good look they get.
And out of bounds, Milwaukee will have it. "12 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Kuzma outside. Back to Lillard. Launches it. Nails it from beyond the arc. So Milwaukee wins it. This one was in the balance right until the final seconds.
NBA, they showed their character when it mattered most, sending those fans home happy.
And now let's check in with Allie LaForce with the player of the game. Thanks, Allie. Great interview once again. And that'll do it, folks. For Richard Jefferson, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian.
Welcome, everyone. Let's get ready for some NBA basketball on 2K. There should be plenty of action down. Area tonight. Greg with the big man matchup in this one.
Yeah, I love to see skilled bigs dueling down low. Kind of a throwback in some ways, but there's still plenty of physicality in the modern game.
Now, the starting group for the Milwaukee Bucks. Porter is out there with Kyle Kuzma. Then it's Damian Lillard. And then there's Antetokounmpo. And it's Portis in at the 4. 4 on the clock. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Damian Lillard. That is his first foul of the game.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
No question about it. No flop there. That was a direct shot to the chest.
Halliburton against Porter. And a wide open look for Siakam. Sinks the triple. Siakam's got the first points up on the board for the Pacers.
Rise and fires. This is Siakam's attitude off the catch. And with these results, you understand why.
Portis sets the pick for Porter. Kicks it out to Lillard. Back to Porter. Halliburton against Lillard. Milwaukee needs to get off a shot here. He gets it in there.
And it's hard not to commend the calm nature and demeanor of the Greek Freak. I mean, even in pressure situations, Antetokounmpo never seems to get outside of himself or never seems to give in to what the defense is trying to do to disrupt him.
Halliburton. Milwaukee with the rebound. Clark, the last piece of the puzzle for Giannis Antetokounmpo, winning that 2021 NBA title.
And you know, Kevin, think about this. When Giannis got that ring, he also had 2 MVPs, a Defensive Player of the Year award. Man, that's accomplishing a lot at just 26.
Now it's sent it down to David Aldridge, who was able to talk with Rick Carlisle.
I asked him what his team needed to do in order to contain Giannis Antetokounmpo. Coach told me we have to make sure to communicate and help out on defense, specifically clogging up and taking away lanes to the rim. That's how he can really hurt you. Of course, it'll be an all-hands-on-deck tonight approach, trying to stop the Greek Freak. Guys?
All right, David, thanks. Down it goes!
Take that rack
What a
down!
slam!
Boy, the ability to knife inside and convert Lillard is fearless when it comes to attacking the basket.
Pass to Toppin. And that one... drops for him.
Boy, at the offensive end, his game is so impressive. I mean, he's a threat every time up the floor.
Offensive rebound. Giannis a screen on Toppin. Lillard with no one around. And the 3 ball is good. Lillard's got 5 points so far.
A downright lethal 3-point threat. Lillard is someone defenders must stay attached to if they want to have any impact.
And Toppin throws it down.
Flying high and throwing it down with the one-hand.
One of his favorite moves right there, guys.
Does it as well as anybody, fellas. Tremendous skill while in the air.
2 points, that one goes. And it's 6 points for Obi Toppin.
And the all-around game of Siakam, so adept at working the ball to open guys.
Out to Kuzma. Back to Giannis. That's in. He's got 2 made now, and he's shooting 2 for 3.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. It's not there.
A really good rebound in traffic. That's what the big fella's there for.
Well, Greg, it took 40 years, but the Bucks finally won their second NBA title back in 2021.
Yeah, and Kareem leading that 71 squad. Giannis was the man in 2021, averaging 35 and 13 during the finals, closing out the Suns with that 50-piece in Game 6.
What a pass by Halliburton. He's so comfortable running the screen and roll. Excellent.
And we've got a timeout called by Doc Rivers. This will give him a chance to discuss some potential alterations. 59 seconds left here in the first quarter. Lillard attacking, and Damian Lillard with the jam.
Punctuating the end of that play with an exclamation point. Lillard, a natural-born finisher.
Down low, Neesmith. No one near Turner as he lets it go. A three-pointer, no good. And so Giannis will bring it up for Milwaukee. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Siakam. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. Hey, GA, how about Damian Lillard's time in 11 magnificent years?
I mean, Kevin, arguably the best trailblazer of all time. Rookie of the year, then 7 All-Star appearances. Dame will always be a legend in the Rose City.
There's 25 seconds left in the first quarter. Halliburton, that's good.
Remarkable judgment in the pick and roll. Halliburton reads these situations extraordinarily well.
Pass to Lillard. Here's Portis. Kuzma with the screen for Portis. Shoots from 14 with 2 seconds left. With 1 on the clock, and it is good at the buzzer. Wow!
Resourceful move there, ending the period on a...
The scoring fast and furious as we end the first quarter. Bucks lead by 4. And the second quarter will get underway just after this short break. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for Milwaukee.
Their chemistry. That's what really stood out so far in this one to me. Look at the number of assists they've been able to rack up so far.
Also, they're getting into the teeth of the defense. Points in the paint, something coaches always love to see.
Setting the floor for the Bucks. Antetokounmpo out there with Bobby Portis. Then it's Damian Lillard. Then there's Kyle Kuzma. And it's Portis at the 1 spot.
Halliburton has lots of skills you love to see from a young guard. Boy, I tell you what, he's got a bright future. Love watching this young man play.
Tyrese Halliburton is flat out special, Clark. Yeah, you say it all the time. He is an absolute machine on offense.
He really is an orchestrator, a maestro of platinum-level capability. His turnover numbers outstanding. He's a guy that flirts with the 50-40-90 shooting splits and is going to lead the league in assists, I think, a better part of his career going forward. That's how good he is.
Giannis a screen on Turner. Pascal Siakam grabs the miss. Tipped away. Tuckman against Porter. Halliburton outside. Siakam for 3. That falls. Nice feed that time from Halliburton. Halliburton's got 3 assists now in this one. Right now, I'd send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Kevin, the Pacers obviously pushed the fast break. Tyrese Halliburton says the emphasis is getting outlets and running, playing fast. That's a good identity to have. It's a team that people want to play for, and it's a style you don't want to play against. You've got to be ready to play us. Kevin, the idea is for them to wear you down.
They fly, David. Baseline to baseline. They can really go. Last season, Miles Turner became the Pacers' all-time leader in block shots.
That's a pretty impressive feat when you consider some of the Pacers who played there historically. Jermaine O'Neal, Rick Smits, Roy Hibbert. Come on now.
Great work by Miles Turner. So we need to give him his flowers now, and I think he's going to continue to add to that shot block total.
Giannis sets a screen for Porter. Pass to Portis. Floats it up for Giannis, and it was still over the rim. Offensive basket interference. Pacers leading by 3. How about this run, Craig, they're on right now? Wow.
I mean, they're just getting to their spots and executing, really keeping things simple.
Deflects the pass. For Milwaukee, they've gone 1 of 3 to start out the second quarter. No good, unable to end this run.
Well, he's much better than that. Really no excuse for missing that lead.
And there's the call on Kevin Porter. That is his first foul of the game.
And the next one puts him in the bonus.
Yep, they'll be trying to draw that next foul quickly so they can start getting those easy chances at the stripe.
Turner with a screen on Porter. In the corner, it's Nesmith. 6 to shoot. Indiana needs to get a shot off. And Nesmith with the slam.
You know, to me, this is what you love seeing from Turner, the willingness to give the ball up and get his guys going.
Driving in, machetes his way. Giannis. Giannis a screen on Turner. And it's sent back by Turner. And it goes out of bounds. That one off Turner. Here's Antetokounmpo. He's got 8. Goes up to the stripe. Clark, how much weight do players put on individual awards or something like an all-star nod?
You know, I think players always have a level of respect for each other, but awards help validate your level of respect. How you win, how you perform, consistency, and awards are typically well-earned and well-deserved. As a matter of fact, in most cases, they are well-earned and deserved. And players acknowledge that and respect that.
Halliburton passes to Turner. Again, Indiana. Bucks trail by 5. On the wing, Porter. Top and covering. Giannis a screen on Halliburton. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. It goes on Tyrese Halliburton.
Already a skilled interior player. At times when Kuzma is close to the basket, you have no choice but to foul him.
2 shots.
He hits the second from the line. There's 57 seconds left to play here in the second quarter. Porter against Halliburton. And Siakam has it in the corner. That's good, and it's Halliburton with the assist. Halliburton's got 4 assists in the game. And the foul called on Antetokounmpo. And that'll be his 3rd foul so far.
Yeah, really good defensive play to cut him off there and square up.
Excellent example of toughness and physicality on defense. Got his nose right in the middle of things and made a play.
And that replay showed just how forceful that block was.
And a block like that sends a message. One that says we're not giving up this lead.
The shot's good from Halliburton.
That shot by Halliburton, not easy. Taking the hit and still finishing the play.
About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Now, Antetokounmpo, he's got 8. Shoots the 3. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Kyle Kuzma. That's his first foul. And here's Indiana. They're on an 18-3 run. Halliburton against Porter. Halliburton, no good. And that concludes the first half. Indiana out in front, up 9. A chance now to send it over to David Aldridge. Thank you, David. And we'll be back for the 3rd quarter of action following halftime. And we hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. We're halfway through the game. Guys, a fantastic game from Obi Toppin in this one.
Yeah, pretty much all throughout that first half. And he was taking care of his business on the low blocks and getting more than his fair share of dunks.
Guys, he's been in beast mode down low, asserting his will. The defense has been helpless, unable to slow him down.
Siakam is the 4, and he'll be next to Turner at the 5. Halliburton is out there with Neesmith, and it's Toppin in at the 3. That's the Pacers' 5. Just 3 to shoot. Siakam kicks to Halliburton. Oh, drew the foul and almost hit the three-point bucket, but he'll go to the line to shoot 3.
First team foul.
I tell you, one of the things I've noticed about Halliburton is his endurance, man. It is off the charts. He's always pushing the pace and really outworking other guys most of the time. He's constantly revving up the motor and taking things up a notch.
Seems like every time, Greg, we see Tyrese Halliburton, he's wearing a big smile on his face.
Talk about a guy who just loves this game. Halliburton is such an enthusiastic player, and that positive attitude really infects his entire team.
And he gets contact and the whistle on the shot. 2 shots coming up.
That's just fearlessness taking it to the rack by Porter. Saw the defense coming, but didn't slow down one iota.
Both shots good from the stripe. And Greg, we know the Pacers have to improve defensively. But where do they start?
Candidly, Kevin, I feel like they're too soft. Giving up offensive rebounds, cheap fouls, they've got to be tougher mentally and physically, especially on the interior.
Back to Toppin. That ball, nice feed that time from Turner. Toppin's got the lead up to 12 now for Indiana. Outside Portis. Off target with his 3.
Tell you what, the defense was lucky there. I mean, leave him that open from range, he'll typically knock it down.
Now, here is Halliburton. 9 points in the game so far. Siakam outside. To the inside. Here's Toppin. Kuzma pulls it in. Bucks trail by 12. And now they decide to foul intentionally.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
Good defense there, got away with a major lapse.
Porter against Siakam. And Siakam throws it down.
What a display of quickness there. If you need to get out and run, Siakam's your guy. No doubt about it. He has done a ton to help his team, but he's going to have to do even more if they want to have a chance to get back in this.
Porter against Halliburton. Over in the corner, Turner. The second chance effort. Rebound, Milwaukee. Here's Giannis. Giannis flies the other way.
Super quick in transition. The Greek freak jumping down the throat of the defense with that speed.
A nice shot by Halliburton. Halliburton's got 11 points.
And with the lead, I like the strategy here. Continue to get the ball to guys who can do something with it.
If it's working, keep working it. That's what I say. Keep the pressure on.
Kuzma kicks to Portis. A shot by Antetokounmpo. Nobody around. Antetokounmpo can't get that one to fall. And here's Halliburton. He'll bring it up for the Indiana Pacers. Their defense has only allowed 6 points in the second half. And at the top of the key, Turner. Pass to Halliburton. Out to Turner. Some nice passing here by Indiana. And so it looks like the Pacers will retain possession here. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Thank you, Kevin. The game is certainly going international. Commissioner Adam Silver says, with basketball's exponential growth, it's now truly a global game. We're fortunate that the very best in the world want to play in a single league. And Kevin, the NBA continues to draw talent from all corners of the globe.
And David, you've been all over the globe, and the talent level undeniable. Here's Antetokounmpo, down low, inside, Giannis drops it in.
Another night we see Giannis at his best. This defense doesn't have a clue as to how to guard him.
Halliburton against Porter. Pass to Toppin. Neesmith with the ball. Now here's Turner. Drills the three-pointer. He's got 7.
Boy, Turner's really good at picking the defense apart, especially with the catch-and-shoot jumper.
Porter with it. And it's Toppin picking him up. And it's Lillard missing. Pacers leading by 15. It's 9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Halliburton looking around. Out to Turner. Pass to Toppin. Back to Turner. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
Man, I like the initiative from Turner to go with the shot fake. I mean, once his man leaves his feet, the rest is easy for Turner.
He hits one and misses one, each at the line. Porter against Halliburton. Portis sets the pick for Lillard. Outside Portis. Here's Antetokounmpo, and so it's Indiana with a sizable lead as the quarter wraps up. They're ahead 16 points, and their ability. And 1 quarter to go in a game that to this point has not been an evenly fought contest. Milwaukee with the ball. It's a 16-point game. On the floor for Milwaukee starting the 4th quarter. They've got Kevin Porter. Kyle Kuzma is out there with Bobby Portis. Then it's Damian Lillard, and it's Antetokounmpo in at the center, locking down the middle. Porter against Halliburton. Here's Turner. Takes it out to Siakam. Back to Turner, inside. Here's Toppin. 4 on the shot clock. To the middle, here's Siakam. Count the bucket, coming off a perfectly placed assist. And it's 13 points for Siakam. Lillard dishes to Giannis. Kicks it out to Lillard. Antetokounmpo setting the pick for Lillard. And it's another Milwaukee shot right there going in.
Talk about a guy who can beat you consistently from all 3 levels. That's Damian Lillard.
Halliburton passes to Toppin. Poked away. Porter with the steal. Giannis with it. And it's Toppin picking him up. The wide open look here for Kuzma. From outside, off the mark.
Oh, man, you know he'd love to have that one over.
To the paint. Here's Siakam. Halliburton against Porter. Turner inside. 5 to shoot. Takes it off the glass. And the Pacers lead by 16.
A big-time presence in the post. That's exactly what they want from Turner.
Lillard outside. And here's Giannis from outside. Pascal Siakam grabs the miss. Siakam's got 4 rebounds now tonight. Pass to Neesmith. Off target from outside.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
It's Antetokounmpo on the wing, covered by Siakam. Kuzma with the screen for Portis. Out to Kuzma. From the baseline. Pulled the shot a little up, but the bounce goes his way. And that's 18 points for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Pacers leading by 14. Halliburton drives in. Toppin a screen on Porter. Halliburton passes to Toppin. Porter with a block.
Sending it back with postage. This is why every team is looking to add length to its lineup.
Bucks trail by 14.
2 minutes remaining.
Out to Kuzma. No good on the triple. And Halliburton's got the ball here for the Indiana Pacers. Pass to Toppin. And stolen by Kuzma. Portis for three. Drills it from outside.
Does not shoot many from out there, but Portis makes them at a decent clip.
Indiana's gotten a success rate of just over 50% from three-point tonight. 4 of 7 shooting. Turner, and it's Turner finishing it off.
A one-man show offensively, and that's almost always good news for his team.
Ball's not loose, and stolen by Siakam. Toppin against Giannis. To the inside. Kuzma against Turner. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line.
Third personal foul.
These Indiana Pacers play at one of the quickest paces of any team in the NBA.
Yeah, I love the fact that it's quite fitting considering the nickname, Indiana Pacers. And they do set the pace. They love to push that rock, and they do it relentlessly. Catching you before your defense can get set. It's a beautiful way to play. Tell you what, though, you got to be in great shape to make it work.
Portis inside the three-point line. They get it again. Antetokounmpo finds Porter. Second chance shot. And it's Antetokounmpo picking up the assist.
It's not all about him out there. Giannis, a real example of a team-first guy.
Halliburton against Porter. Now, here is Halliburton. Defense right on him. Neesmith with the ball. Good chance here for Turner. And the Pacers can't get it to go. On the wing, Porter. He's covered by Halliburton. So no problem for Indiana as they get the win. Even early on in this one, it seemed like they were happy to be playing at home tonight.
And it makes a big difference. And once they started to really play in rhythm.
on the floor for the visiting.
Graham, when you talk about these two teams tonight, I think it's fair to expect a barrage of three-point shooting.
Oh, for sure, B.A. That's the usual game plan from both sides. It's going to be raining threes here tonight. And if they're falling, it's going to be a high-scoring affair.
And the Milwaukee starting five. Kyle Kuzma out there with Giannis Antetokounmpo. Then it's Bobby Portis. Then there's Damian Lillard. And it's Prince in at the one. Edwards for three. And he parries his first look.
You don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
And so Prince will bring it up for Milwaukee. Antetokounmpo, the pass to Kuzma. That three's off the mark. And Dallas with possession to the inside. Here's Thompson. It's hauled in by Portis. In transition, here come the Bucks. Stolen by Thompson. It's a one-on-one situation. Here's Davis. Second chance shot. And Lively with the lay-in. It's good.
Offensive rebounding is all about wanting it. Fantastic effort there, leading to second chance points.
Prince on the attack. Kicks it out to Antetokounmpo. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Washington. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair. It's going to be on Anthony Davis.
Great to see Antetokounmpo going strong inside. At times, the D has no choice but to foul him.
And so he makes both from the line. Well, Brent, although he hasn't won an MVP since 2020, Giannis has been a finalist every season.
Well, B.A., I just wonder if the voter fatigue is something that Giannis is tired of. Forget the voters. Maybe he just wants to focus on getting back to that level. Obviously, in the past couple seasons, you could say that he might have deserved one more, but this is one of the best two-way players in the league, and he's not going anywhere.
Here's Prince. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Washington. The offensive rebound. Antetokounmpo finds Kuzma. Clock at 6. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. Nails it from three. Lillard's got 5 points.
Smart and aggressive. Lillard repeatedly dominating the pick and roll set.
Shot is good by Edwards.
The defensive effort was lacking a bit, but hey, give him credit for finding a weakness there.
Just really smart basketball and exploiting whatever holes that he's seeing right now in the defensive squad.
The Mavericks have gone 3 of 6 from the floor. Let's send it to Allie LaForce, who caught up with head coach Jason Kidd. Allie?
Of course, we talked mostly about Giannis Antetokounmpo, the focus of this one. Coach telling me I've lost sleep thinking about Giannis. He can just take over a game, no matter how you play him. We're hoping he'll be a little off tonight. Do off nights exist for Giannis, guys? We'll find out.
Thank you for that, Allie. Thompson with it, guarded by Antetokounmpo. Edwards, the pass to Davis, and he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for 2.
Yeah, fighting through the foul that time as AD was able to put that shot up.
Dallas shooting their first free throws of this game. Despite entering his 30s, Anthony Davis is not slowing down, Grant.
Yeah, B.A. And last year, AD put up the best rebounding numbers of his career. And his shooting percentage also very high. And just watching him, Davis is still an all-NBA caliber player, capable of taking over on both ends.
Now here's Lillard. He's got 5. Screen by Antetokounmpo. Lillard passes to Antetokounmpo.
So tough to contain the length of Giannis when he takes those strides. He's going to make you foul.
And this is his second trip to the line tonight.
Yeah, free throws were an issue for him in their last contest. He just couldn't find the mark.
So he picks up just 1 from the line that time. To the paint. Out to the wing. And the ball out of play. The Bucks will have it.
Unforced turnovers. They'll drive your coach insane.
Milwaukee has gone 1 of 4 from deep. There's the drive. Pass to Prince. And here's Portis. Screen by Antetokounmpo. Unloads from 13. And Antetokounmpo with the stuff.
I love it when Giannis is in attack mode like that and gets to the rim so quick.
Here's Washington. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one. These teams have really gone back and forth.
Yeah, 5 lead changes already. This one's going to be a battle for sure.
Prince. Antetokounmpo, the pass to Lillard. Drains the triple. Lillard's got his third basket on the night right there.
Total lack of hesitation. Lillard trusting his selections completely.
Davis against Antetokounmpo. Davis can't hit. Milwaukee in the lead. Here's Lillard. And the dunk by Lillard. Wow.
Always fun to see point guards who can elevate above the rim like that.
Oh, a strong mindset and even stronger finish.
Well, just seeking out weaknesses in the defense and then exploiting it.
Now here's Antetokounmpo. He's got 5. On the wing, Kuzma. Pass to Antetokounmpo. Lillard up top. He's guarded by Washington. Great open look there.
And Kuzma spacing the floor nicely, patiently waiting and knocking down the 3.
We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. To halt the run. And Davis with the basket on the assist by Lively.
Sometimes it's simple. Put the ball in the hands of your scorers and let them do what they do best.
Portis finds Antetokounmpo. Kuzma with the ball. He's picked up by Edwards. Prince, the pass to Kuzma. Down low. Lillard can't get it to go. Offense is coming free and easy as we wrap up the first. Milwaukee out in front. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. All right, guys, what do you think so far about the offensive approach for the Bucks?
Well, in today's NBA, the three-point shot is so valuable. They realize this, and that's why they're continuing to drain as many as they can.
So much good energy and flow tonight, and that has really come out of great ball movement. Guys have been open, and as soon as they are, they get the ball.
We've got Edwards. Derek Lively is out there with Anthony Davis. Then it's Kyrie Irving, and it's Christie in a 2-guard. That's the lineup in the game for Dallas. And that's an intentional foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Edwards against Prince. Kuzma with a screen on Irving from 15 feet away, and he drains it. A solid 5 for 6 now.
There is this old school feel about Dame's game. Even though he utilizes the 3, he'll get to the mid-range and bury those.
Here's Lively. Kuzma with the defensive effort.
I'm not going to see that very often. The defense in the vicinity, but still, he's not one to blow layups.
Boy, that foul looked intentional. Not exactly what you'd expect here.
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't make sense given the situation.
Kuzma with a screen on Irving. Here's Lillard with the drive. And the rebound goes to Dallas. Offensively, it's been a struggle for him.
Yeah, they need to string together some shots to have any kind of chance.
No chance. Giannis, too much length.
Here's Davis. Christie passes to Davis. From outside, off to Mark. The Bucks leading by 7. Pass to Prince. Back to Antetokounmpo. Now Kuzma. Now Antetokounmpo. He's got 5. Excellent D there from Davis. To the middle. Lively shot is off. And so Antetokounmpo will bring it up for the Milwaukee Bucks. They haven't allowed any points in the second quarter. Pass to Prince from deep. Lively grabs the miss. The Mavericks have gone 0 for 6 in the second. Not looking good. Again, the miss by Dallas. The Bucks have gotten only 1 of 4 shots to go in. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Damian Lillard last season becoming the 51st NBA player ever to cross the 20,000-point threshold and the 17th fastest to ever do it. He said it's a great accomplishment and a rare space to be in. I'm like, man, I might be able to get 27 or 28,000 if I can stay healthy. Ryan, I wouldn't put it past me.
Yeah, me either. Thanks, Allie. It's normal for guys to jump from team to team, Brent. But Kyle Kuzma has displayed real loyalty.
He clearly is starting to value what culture means and respects the time to build that up. He wants to be part of something special. And when you have players start to think that way, sometimes it translates to the court where they're more consistent and more reliable. You know, Lillard works so hard on the offensive end of the floor. It's really what helps him get going like this.
Milwaukee leading by 9. Antetokounmpo, right side. Giannis throws it down.
Oh, nice one-handed jam there, B.A.
Hey, little exclamation point. Here's Irving, and out of bounds. Milwaukee will have it.
Yeah, the body language right now is not looking good for this basketball team. The game might be out of reach, but they have to avoid mistakes like that.
Now here's Antetokounmpo. Portis outside. Pass to Prince. It's stolen by Irving. Going all the way to the rack. And here they go. Here's Lively. Milwaukee with the rebound. Kuzma's got 4 rebounds now. Antetokounmpo, the pass to Prince. Screen by Antetokounmpo. Free throw line jumper. Rebound collected by Anthony Davis. Davis has got 5 rebounds tonight. Irving goes in, and the shot goes down.
Well, if he wants to, Kyrie can drive at will. He's got out of this world shake and bake moves.
On the take. Deflects the pass. And now the Mavs on the run. The 3 is up. Antetokounmpo grabs the board. Milwaukee leading by 9. Here's Portis. Good. And Antetokounmpo gets the assist. Portis has got his first 2 points of the night.
And Portis out there as the big guy really running the court well.
Gafford with the bucket.
Not getting old here. Seeing him make that lead pass with perfect timing.
Prince, the pass to Lillard. Kuzma with a screen on Davis. Dame goes in. Davis with a rebound. Davis has got 6 rebounds in the game. Irving with it. He's picked up by Lillard. Lively with a screen on Lillard. Good chance here for Irving. Takes a big high bounce and goes in. Irving's got 6.
This is where Kyrie can work some of his magic out there on the floor. Excels at getting the screen and taking advantage of any space he gets.
Just 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. Kuzma with a screen on Irving. Here's Prince. And the rebound goes to Dallas.
He giving him that shot, and that's probably not a good idea, but I guess they knew what they were doing that time.
Gets the 3 to fall. 7 seconds left in the first half. Kuzma outside. He gets it up. Oh, he got it up in time, but it wouldn't fall for him. And a pretty tightly contested game here as we end the first half. The Bucks on top, up 4. And we'll be back for the second half following the break. Keep it right here on 2K Sports.
Get ready for the fans half-court shot. Drum roll, please. Ooh, they're measuring up the shot.
And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, this second half could turn out to be a great one as both teams trying to gain an edge. What a game we're seeing from Damian Lillard.
Through 2 quarters of play, he's been an excellent source of points.
Yeah, he's shouldering the load right now and looking really comfortable while he's doing it.
And on the floor for Doc Rivers as we get into the second half. They've got Giannis Antetokounmpo. Prince is out there with Bobby Portis. Then there's Kyle Kuzma, and it's Lillard in at the 3. Mavericks trail by 4. On the wing, Davis. Beyond the arc. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. Antetokounmpo has got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Pass to Prince. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Prince.
Man, if you're going to grab it, grab that thing. He just lazily reaches out for that, and the result is it's deflected right off of his hand.
Irving looking around. Lively with a screen on Prince. Irving for 3. Dallas no good that time either.
Man, that's his shot. Maybe he was too wide open.
Antetokounmpo can't connect. And here's Davis. He'll bring it up for Dallas. 4-point game. Outside Irving. Lets the three fly. Davis from long range. It's hauled in by Portis. The Bucks shooting only 42%. Here's Lively. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws.
I like that. I mean, some physical play inside. He's not about to give up any easy baskets.
Dallas shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw shots of the night. Grant, we're starting to see more players throwing alley-oops to themselves off the backboard. Did you ever do that?
In practice, maybe, but although I had some leaping ability early on, I never had the audacity to do it in a real game.
Now here's Lillard. 16 points for him. Stolen by Gafford. Outside Davis. Pass to Christie. For the tie. He buries it from 3. Christie's got 6.
Offense has been hard to come by so far. A much-needed bucket right there.
Yeah, the buckets have been few and far between, and neither team able to get into any sort of offensive rhythm.
Thompson, he's checked in for Irving. Here's Lillard. Into the 3rd. 2 minutes in now. Inside. Stolen by Gafford. Davis against Lillard. Pass to Gafford. Now here's Lively. Left side Davis. Just 5 to shoot. For the lead. And the go-ahead bucket, no good.
A lot of defenders choose to just back up off of him when he's in that tight, try to avoid the and one, and this time they're not backing off.
And this is his first trip to the line tonight.
You love Lillard because he loves the game, and this is a guy who just wants to be out there. He wants the ball in the hands, and he tries not to get caught up in all the drama that happens around the game. It's 100% focused on it.
Here's Prince, still without a bucket. Antetokounmpo finds Portis. And a great assist by Antetokounmpo, and that one goes in. Antetokounmpo has got his 4th assist with that last one. Lively inside, defended by Lillard.
And this is something he does all too well. Great position for the putback there.
And I like how he doesn't think twice about passing it out, just going right for the slam.
Oh, his competitiveness right now is why the teammates love him.
Pass to Gafford. Down low. It was stolen by Lillard. Oh, and a fast break for the Bucks. And the rebound goes to Dallas. Gafford's got 4 rebounds now. Here's Christie. He drops it from range. Christie's got 6 in the quarter.
Well, we've seen Davis expand his game. You can see it there with the playmaking.
Out to Lillard. Portis outside. Back to Lillard. Kuzma with a screen on Davis. Lillard with the ball. Now Thompson defending. Here's Antetokounmpo. Ooh, Giannis using his length inside.
And I like that. Giannis slowing down just a little bit, in control there.
Here's Davis. And there's a whistle. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. They've depended a game this close. They're going to challenge the call. Coach does not agree with it, and he wants them to take another look at the monitor.
Anthony Davis.
And he
2 shots. The play is under video review under NBA rules.
still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry. And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
Pass to Lively. Oh, it's stolen. And the Bucks pushing it up now. for three. Here's Lillard. Yes, sir. You can count on Dame from deep.
Name a place where Damian Lillard can't score. I guarantee you it's not the corner.
We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Antetokounmpo with the block. Kuzma with the ball. Gafford picks him up. Lillard can't get that one to fall. Mavericks trail by 5.
Yeah, just hold for the last shot. Don't give them another possession.
And hopefully that's what they'll do here. It's what most teams try to execute at this time in the game.
And this is his third trip to the line tonight. That free throw, good from Davis.
Anthony Davis taking 2 shots.
So he gets them both. The Bucks leading by 3. Antetokounmpo with it. 11 points in the game. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Thompson. Kuzma, the pass to Antetokounmpo. Over Gafford. It's still anybody's game as we reach the end of 3. The Bucks on top. We've reached the fourth quarter in what has been a very competitive game. Should be an exciting finish. And so it's Lillard who brings up the ball for the Bucks. They've led by as many as 11. Daniel Gafford is out there with Derek Lively. Then there's Davis. Then there's Dante Exum. And it's Thompson in at the point. That's the lineup out there for the Mavericks. From the top of the key, and it's Portis. That time on the assist from Kuzma. And the Bucks lead by 5.
And Portis got that shot off really quick.
To the paint. Here's Gafford. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
First personal foul.
They pen that one on Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Man, good whistle there.
Line for 2. Daniel Gafford.
And no luck that time either. The Bucks leading by 5. Portis with it, and Lively picks him up defensively. Lillard outside. Screen by Antetokounmpo. It's Lillard with the drive. And Antetokounmpo with the stuff.
Nice find by Lillard. He deserves some recognition for that kind of passing.
To the middle. Lively passes to Gafford. And he banks in the layup.
0 rim protection. Unforgivable in a tight ball game like this.
Well, I hope there's one player on that team out there that has interest in winning this game. Right now, it doesn't look to be one.
Milwaukee with the ball. After the basket by Dallas. And there's the whistle. The illegal screen is the call.
You're not going to fool the officials too often on an illegal screen.
Yeah, everybody saw that one. That was pretty blatant there.
So for Dallas, Christie comes in for Exum, and Kyrie Irving is subbed in for Thompson. Now here's Irving. To the inside. Looking to end this cold spell. And it's blocked. What a play as he just snatches the shot out of midair. The 3 from Prince. Yes, great play by Lillard to set it up.
3 points.
Lillard's got his 3rd assist of the night. And an important part of every team's game. A look at the hustle stats for the Bucks.
Their defense has been on point all game long. They're out hustling the shooters and swatting down plenty of shots.
I feel like another part of tonight's game has been the hustle. The hustle points, getting up and down, getting second chances, getting transition opportunities. They've been fantastic in that area.
Third personal foul. Second team foul.
And that one misses.
It's got to be something else to be a teammate of Irving's. What a generational talent.
He hits the second from the line. Last quarter of play, about 2 minutes in now. Irving against Lillard. Portis, the pass to Lillard. Kuzma with a screen on Irving. Here's Antetokounmpo. 5 to shoot. Here's Lillard. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up.
Lillard just a menace when he's driving inside. Forces the D to act, which is why he gets those calls.
Both good from the line that time.
And you can tell he's feeling confident right now at the line, and when he's on, he can be lights out.
Pass to Gafford. Well-timed pass, and he goes straight to the bucket for the layup. Gafford's got 6 here in the quarter. Milwaukee leading by 5. Antetokounmpo with it. Gafford picks him up. And Giannis throws it down.
And kind of par for the course here, right? Coming through with a solid offensive game to help them get this lead.
Here's Davis. They get it back. A tough finish inside from Davis.
Awesome job by AD to get the ball in a favorable spot. That's most anywhere, but comes up big with that basket.
Antetokounmpo, the pass to Lillard. Here's Brent. He's guarded by Irving. Back to Lillard. Screen by Antetokounmpo to the middle. And out of bounds, the Mavericks will take it. Mavericks trail by 5. Here's Irving, and there's the drive. Antetokounmpo grabs the board. Antetokounmpo has got rebound number 12 here already in the game. And now we've got an intentional foul.
Third personal foul. Second team foul.
Over 3.5 minutes through the final quarter now. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. Good. And Antetokounmpo gets the assist. Antetokounmpo's got 5 assists in the game. And it goes out of bounds. That one off Davis.
Yeah, that's a tough one. An experienced player in the pro game shouldn't be making that pass.
It's Prince on the wing. It's Prince on the wing. Back to Antetokounmpo. Tries again. No good. A bit long that time. Dallas now, time running out. Takes the 3. Antetokounmpo grabs the board. Pass to Prince. It's stolen by Irving. Here's Lively. And a slam dunk by Lively.
Oh, with a nice find by Kyrie that time, balancing his offensive attack.
Oh, they get a hand on it. Lillard finds Prince. Portis for 3. Sinks it from distance. And the Bucks lead by 9.
This has been their game plan here in the final period. We'll see if it continues to work out.
It's one thing to have teams shoot a bunch of threes, but with this team being that hot defensively, you got to chase them away from anywhere near that line.
The 3 from Prince. Rebound collected by Anthony Davis.
And they have to know that any hope of a comeback is gone.
Well, realistic at this stage of the game, they're going to lose this one, but will they take something from the loss?
Kuzma outside. So Milwaukee wins it. Exceptional effort on the road. They were ready and they were focused.
Focused indeed. I mean, it takes a strong mental approach to block out the distractions. These guys stepped up 100%.
And now we have Allie LaForce. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Allie LaForce.
get it back. joining us. We've played through one quarter in this one. And some texts are scoring breakdown of the Bucks. inside.
Always tell people, "Tom, you can't leave beyond the arc."
The still trying to
Call
Prince has got his second basket of the night.
And how about the four vision from Antetokounmpo? A good decision maker, improves his passing each and every year.
It's not courtside. We send you over the middle from the sideline. David.
Thanks very much.
This is Kevin Hart.
inside the locker room. Everyone trying to lock in the NBA on The Lakers rebound.
Look, I know he wanted to answer with a three of his own, but you got to play smarter. Play your game.
Now and again, here's how bring it Los Angeles James against Leonard. Top Vanderbilt. Five o'clock. James. Good with time running down on the shot clock. James got a second pass into the lane. Here's the cut by Reeves. Side of it. On contact. To Zubac. Can he get it? Comes out. Comes solid defense from Hayes. Against James. Trail by three. But needs someone to go over. Regains
The empty possession.
Zubac screen. Here's how. And the third is again.
He didn't bury that. Into one quarter play. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even on the scoreboard so far. Guys, what stands out to you from the Lakers?
Was simple. When you can dominate the boards at both ends, you can control the second chance touches.
And rebounding numbers, sometimes we overlook that, but they can have a big effect on the outcome.
Powell and Kawhi to 4 spots. Chris Dunn is out there with James Harden. And it's Zubac in at the 5 down low. He's out there for the Clippers.
And that's how you lead a team. Literally.
Even though it looks like LeBron could play forever, he stated that he doesn't have much time left.
Well, it's unbelievable
Zubac screen. Foul. Pass to Zubac. Now, two. The Lakers in the lead. Reeves with the ball. Down in his pocket. James. And so he draws the foul. And the line there. Even if he's no longer the clear best player in the league, he can still take over a game. Make no mistake, he's one of the best in the league. That was clearly foul. And to look at the scoring approach in terms of where points are coming from. So done. Three is up. From downtown. Six here on the court.
All that matters is the end result. Somehow these
Against shoot. James finds Vanderbilt. Down low. Here come the Clippers. Second half of basketball is upon us. Close the game we've seen so far. Boy, look at Jackson Hayes. He's been playing really well.
And in the first half, he dominated the post. He got what he wanted and was able to execute.
Question now is will the defense punish them inside?
From the game for the Lakers, they've got Luka Doncic. James out there with Real. down. And ball here for the Los Angeles Lakers. Into the game. Hachimura to the inside. Here's James.
Look, the moment he gets
Just under the half minute on by. On the wing, Reeves. And that would be Los Angeles ball goes out of bounds. The Lakers keep the possession.
Great read to get a hand in there and disrupt the play.
Yeah, I think it was hoping to maybe get the but I think it's out.
Just shoot. James.
Putting line.
Defense, Leonard's huge hands and timing.
guy out of the high post, he will punish you. No doubt about it. They're aware he is the engine of this offense.
Sends it home from
Thompson's confidence. He's getting from downtown.
the pass to Leonard. They can't answer back. The three-pointer off time. Rockets it on 2-3 floor. Everyone knows about the defense of Kawhi Leonard. Grant his shooting over.
He's about 40% from 3-4 his career. But
Foul against Green. Oh, here's Leonard. Outside Harden. Clock at 6. Gotta hurry. Clock here. By Houston. And he's going to the line for 2.
Out of his still young boy. Good job.
3 assists tonight.
Tell you what, that's one of the things I love about Harden's game. I mean, he's a dime dropper elite.
Clippers trail by 3. Leonard going in. Eubanks, the pass to Dunn. Here's Leonard. 12 points for him. Into the lane. Ooh, and Leonard throws it down.
Once he gets to the rim, it's fairly automatic.
Nothing fancy right there. Just takes his 2 points, moves on.
Hey, guys, I know I'm stating the obvious here, but those could be an important 2 points considering how close this game is.
And the first half comes to an end. We've got a close game going here. It's Houston up 1. And we'll be right back after halftime for the start of the third quarter. See you in just a bit. And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. Well, you gotta like what we're seeing from Amin Thompson.
They've leaned on him to provide a lot of offense, and that's how he likes it.
And you know what? They've come at him a few different ways defensively, and nothing has slowed him down.
Taking a look at the Rockets. They've got Dylan Brooks, Thompson out there with Alperon Şengün. Then it's Jalen Green, and it's Eason in at the small forward position. And so it's Leonard who brings up the ball for the Clippers. It's a 1-point game. Now here's Eubanks, defended by Şengün. Leonard against Brooks. Leonard can't get it to go. The Rockets shooting about 43% on this one. Here's Thompson. Yes! And the foul! It's on Norman Powell. Grant, there's a huge difference between talent on paper versus winning.
You're right, B.A., and it comes down to coaching, chemistry, and sacrifice. But I think the biggest thing is effort. All things being equal, the team that plays the hardest is going to win.
Houston leading by 4. Here's Green. The rebound by Eubanks. Los Angeles has gone 4 of 9 so far from the perimeter. Leonard outside. To the inside. And Powell with the stuff.
It's an overlooked part of Kawhi's game, but he does a nice job distributing the ball.
Left side, Green. Pass to Şengün. Back to Green. Şengün, a screen on Harden. Green for 3. The rebound by Eubanks. Eubanks, he's got rebound number 7 tonight. Harden with it. Checked by Brooks. Powell passes to Leonard. Powell sets a screen for the tie. That one a tad offline, but it drops in for him. Leonard's got 16 points now.
They've really picked up the energy level and have willed themselves back into this game.
Yeah, you know, battling back is about staying the course, and their attitude never changed.
Şengün, the screen. The 3 from Thompson. Hits the 3-pointer. Thompson's got 20.
And you see the tight handles from Thompson. He can break defenders down in pick and roll, ISO, you name it.
Harden. Oh, the teardrop falls in.
Boy, that was a sweet-looking teardrop. There's very little defense for that.
Outside Eason. Pass to Şengün. And it's the Clippers with the rebound. Well, we're into the third quarter, just over 2.5 minutes played. All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
We know Kawhi Leonard is a former Finals MVP. Jimmy Butler said, there are guys that are like, quote, I'm going to find the best way to win. In a 7-game series, I'm going to get the best of you in the end. Kawhi's definitely up there. Whatever he's got to do, he is going to find a way. And Brian, Butler would know a thing or two about that, wouldn't he?
Yeah, you know that. No question about his abilities.
You know, when you talk Kawhi Leonard, you start with his defense, and I don't know if there's a better wing defender around.
Here's Thompson. Pass to Şengün. Tipped away. Eubanks, the pass to Leonard. Outside for Harden. There's a minute 40 left to play in the third. Here's Powell, and he was camped in the lane there. He gets a 3-second call.
Boy, in a game this snug, you can ill afford to commit those kinds of turnovers.
A minute 37 left in the third. And here is Green. Down low. Here's Şengün. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair.
And Şengün is a hard player to get a handle on. Pretty unpredictable, which makes him hard to guard without fouling.
Hits one, then misses the second attempt from the line.
Left a little on the table there, but at least he put them in front.
Now here's Eubanks. Defense right on him. Here's Leonard. Ooh, Thompson with the block.
Decent reach and solid instincts, allowing Thompson to get a hand on it.
1:11 left to play in the third quarter here. 4 on the clock for the lead. Harden finds Powell. Back to Harden. He hits it just before the shot clock expires. Harden's got 6.
Good heads-up basketball. Sees an opening and capitalizes.
Thompson with a screen to the paint. And stolen by Leonard. 4-on-1. Here they go. The finish. Leonard all alone. No doubt about it.
Boy, it has been a huge night for Leonard. The skill is obvious, but his strength is what makes him hard to defend.
To the middle. It's stolen by Dunn. Oh, and the fast break for the Clippers. Leonard gets the bucket. Now it's a 5-point Los Angeles lead.
And you can't afford to lose sight of Leonard in these situations. He's just so dangerous and assertive in transition. It seemed like he changed his mind during the layup, tried to pull off another shot, and choked.
Kawhi finishes inside. So good at the rim.
He is the story for them offensively, and a big reason why they're ahead.
Eason a screen on Leonard. Thompson passes to Eason. Basket counts. Eason's got his second bucket of the night.
The defense couldn't collapse quickly enough.
To the inside, Harden. Off target at the rim. And so it's Kawhi Leonard making highlights for the Clippers. And with these teams locked in a very close contest, this fourth quarter promises to be a good one. Rockets trail by 5. Powell and Kawhi in at the forward spots. Chris Dunn is out there with James Harden. And it's Eubanks in at the center position. So that's the lineup on the floor for the Clippers. Thompson a screen on Harden. And here's Green from the arc. They get it again. Three-pointer, Brooks. That shot missing. Los Angeles leading by 5. Ooh, gonna take more than that to stop Kawhi.
You know, a little bit of contact will not bother Leonard at all. I mean, he's so strong as a player. It's part of the deal for him.
Green, the pass to Brooks. And that comes off the assist by Green. Brooks has got his first 3 points of the game.
And defensively, how do you leave him that open in crunch time?
Here's Leonard. Leonard strong with the shot.
It's winning time, and that's a winning play.
Rockets trail by 6. It counts, and the foul.
Defensive foul.
James Harden picks one up.
Really good body control by Green. He's able to adjust off the contact and do so at a really high level.
Clark, what catches your eye about Jalen Green at a fundamental level?
Well, it starts with his pure explosiveness. That just jumps out at anybody because he's jumping over everybody, okay? The way he can get up and down the floor and hang and lift. And that's what stands out, his athleticism. And he's actually rounding off some of the rough edges in this game that makes him kind of scary as we go forward.
Well, Brooks is one hard-working man. He runs into a foul and still gets a shot off.
Shooting for Houston.
And a chance for a moment to check out the scoring breakdown for the Clippers.
Well, you know, they've been tremendous, I think, when it comes to sharing the basketball. You know, getting guys involved on the plays and creating offensive opportunities for everybody. Equal opportunity offense is fun to watch.
and they've been letting it rain from the mid-range. A throwback approach that's really working well for them in this one.
Thompson passes to Green. Brooks outside. Back to Şengün. And Şengün throw it down.
Working that pick and roll action superbly. Şengün knows exactly where he needs to be.
Pass to Eubanks. Leonard inside, working on Thompson, and that one drops for him. Leonard's got 9 points now in the quarter.
Defenses nowadays try to protect the rim and the three-point line, so the mid-range is usually available.
Lays out, and it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Brooks. The Clippers lead by 4. Right side Harden, driving inside. Here's Eubanks. Brooks with the rebound.
Yeah, you have to knock those down. Open shots inside the arc are rare in this league.
They grab their own miss. And so it's Leonard who brings up the ball for the Clippers. Harden drives in. It's rebounded by Şengün. Şengün's got 11 rebounds in the game. Leonard against Green. Inside.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Shot clock at 6. 1:51 left in the fourth. Harden with the defensive effort. And Leonard with the strong finish.
Very few players have the combination of power and athleticism that Kawhi has. Electric.
Shots blocked. Outside for Harden. We played just over 3.5 minutes now in the fourth quarter. Three-pointer, Brooks. Kept alive by Houston. Back to Şengün. Another shot. And another shot. And that's 2 points on the layup. Şengün's got 4 points now in the quarter.
When the stakes rise, you need guys who will step up and rise with it. Nice play by Şengün.
And the call will be against Alperen Şengün. That's his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
On defense, the Rockets. The drive by Harden. Throws it down, and the official calls a foul. It may be a three-point play. That one on Şengün.
If you want to know how clever Harden is as a player, just take a look at his one-on-one game, the way he can pretty much beat any defender. Quite impressive.
And here's Green from the arc. They get it back. Şengün. It falls! Oh, and that cuts the lead to just 5.
And that is a gigantic shot from Alperen Şengün, showing he can be counted on in the clutch.
And that was good.
They have a relentless mentality, even with the game in total control.
And, you know, until that final buzzer sounds, I mean, you've got to treat every possession like it's crucial.
Şengün finds Thompson. Şengün, a screen on Leonard. The three from Thompson. Powell pulls it in.
That's a look he couldn't pass up. He just couldn't get it to go.
2 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. Back to Eubanks. Şengün with a steal.
I hate to say it, but I'm pretty sure we can close the book on this one.
Yep, I agree with you. Chalk it up. W in the bag.
So it's Los Angeles now. They lead by 4. Dunn outside. Fires from way outside. Off target. So a close game. Sees the Clippers taking this one. Boy, they didn't make it easy on their fans or themselves. But at the end of the day, everyone on their side is happy.
Yeah, happy indeed. The momentum shifted away from them a few times, especially early on. But give these guys credit for sticking with the game.
All right, Alec, thank you. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Grant Hill.
And these two teams are both aggressive, attacking in transition.
Well, you've got to play to your strengths, right? But really, the league in general is looking for early offense. These teams, no different.
Now let's take a look at the Nuggets opening lineup. Before in the 5, it's Gordon and Jokic. Murray and Porter Jr. are the high-scoring wing pair. And it's Brown in at the point guard position. And so the Houston Rockets get the first points of the ballgame. Here's Brown. The putback. It's rebounded by Houston. Easton passes to Thompson. Over in the corner, Green. And it's Brooks in the corner. Green with a screen on Murray. Back to Green. On the wing, Brooks. 5 to shoot. For 3. Porter pulls it in. There's Gordon with the 3. And again, Denver, no good. And so it's Thompson with it. He'll bring it up for Houston. Now let's send it over to David Aldridge, who was able to talk with Ime Udoka.
He thinks they need to focus on speeding up Nikola Jokic rather than trying to slow him down. Coach said Jokic dominates the game at his own pace, so we need to put more pressure on him and not allow him to play so patiently. Of course, that's easier said than done. Back to you, Kevin.
Thank you, David.
Probably wasn't the shot they were looking for, but they'll take the bucket.
GA, if you look back at the Rockets' history, so many all-time greats have spent time there.
Yeah, it's an impressive list, right? Olajuwon, Moses Malone, Calvin Murphy, and Harden. Houston's well represented in the Hall of Fame.
Buries the long-range jumper.
Not always a huge part of Jokic's game, but the three-point shot, he's becoming more comfortable taking it.
Pass to Thompson. Good, and the assist goes to Şengün.
Obviously, this guy has a talent for scoring. Able to problem solve for whatever the defense tosses at him.
Brooks against Murray. Here's Gordon. And it's Jokic in the corner. And they're unable to get the time basket there. For Houston, they've gotten 4 of 6 field goal attempts to drop in the first quarter. Easton's shot is good.
And their post play has been really solid right off the bat.
Murray looking around. Shot from 12. No good on the shot, a bit long that time. Rockets leading by 5. And the points coming for them now, Greg in bunches.
And we're seeing what a high-octane offense should look like.
2 minutes remaining in the first.
Thompson inside. He's against Gordon. Eason. That shot is off. Nice D from Porter. Murray right side. Stolen by Brooks. Here's Thompson, and it's Thompson with the jam.
He's got rocket ship-like takeoff. Thompson can flat out fly.
The Nuggets trail by 7. Here's Gordon, and it's Gordon finishing it off.
He finds a shooter in motion and is confident he can thread him with the lead pass. Well done.
And here's Green. He'll bring it up for the Houston Rockets. To the middle, and stolen by Murray. Over to the wing. Here's Brown. Offensive rebound. Outside Gordon. Left side, Porter. Back to Gordon. Lock at 6. The Nuggets need to get a shot off here. Porter finds Gordon. The Rockets pull it in.
That was a good look for him from mid-range, but just couldn't make the defense pay.
Here's Brooks. Pass to Thompson. Here's Şengün. Porter pulls it in.
That's not the type of opportunity he fails to convert very often.
We've got 33 seconds left to play here in the first. There's 3-pointers off the mark. Here's Thompson, and there's the call on Amen Thompson. That's his first foul.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
The Nuggets trail by 5. Outside for Murray. Hands it from downtown. Murray's got 5 points so far.
And operating off the ball, credit Murray for staying engaged, ready to fire when asked.
Şengün with the screen on Gordon. Gets it off. A good close contest so far as we finish the first quarter. Rockets lead. And if you're just tuning in, it's been a pretty even game through the first quarter. And what's your take, guys, in the hustle stats for the Rockets?
So far, they've shown a terrific work ethic in transition, pushing the pace whenever possible and getting out ahead of the defense to score.
And so far, just a great job forcing turnovers and creating opportunities in the open floor. The defense at the heart of that.
On the floor for Denver as we get going here in the second quarter. Murray and Porter Jr., the high-scoring wing pair. The 4 and the 5. It's Gordon and Jokic, and it's Brown in at the point. Analytics or the eye test? The optics or the numbers in front, Greg? When you're judging the performance of a player, what kind of criteria do you use?
Well, an MVP candidate recently said, my eye test tells me this guy's a terrible defender, but the analytics tell me he's a great defender. I'm confused, and I often feel the same way. Defensively, you have to live with Thompson making those, because if you get up too close at the arc, Ahmed will blow right by you.
To the paint. Here's Gordon. It's rebounded by Houston.
Credit the defensive effort there, not giving him room to operate.
Houston shooting their first foul shot of the game.
And for Green, it's about focusing on taking high percentage shots. When he does this, he's an effective player.
Rockets leading by 4. And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle and 2 shots coming up. And you look at this year's Denver team, you know, Greg, trying to get more from their bench than they did last year.
Yeah, and you just don't want your starters to play so many minutes that they get gassed in the postseason. That's something Denver's trying to avoid this time around. Easier said, though, than done.
Catching up on the changes for Denver. Holmes checked in, and it's Peyton Watson in for Murray. Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks. Jalen Green has shown he's capable of carrying a team offensively. He said, it feels good knowing that my teammates believe in me to do that. Had to learn a lot of things to grow, but that's what I work for. I want to be one of those guys that you give the ball to in crunch time. Kevin, I always want to give the mic to you in crunch time. Back to you.
Oh, David, you are an unselfish playmaker, and I appreciate that. By the way, Green can be electric and so fun to watch. Hey, D.A., thanks. 4 on the shot clock.
And now only 1 away from being in the penalty.
Jabari Smith, he's jacked in for Tari Eason.
For your Rockets, number 10, Jabari Smith.
Thompson sets the pick for Brooks. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Brooks has got his first points in this one.
Oh, the balance Brooks has is impressive. Able to work through the defense and still capitalize.
Jokic passes to Brown. And he can't bank that one in. Rockets leading by 5. Thompson with the bucket.
You gotta love his hustle, leaving the defense no time to react.
And all of a sudden, that man was just on the other end. Wow.
And it's blocked. And here comes the break. Here's Gordon. Thompson with the rebound. And so Green will bring it up for Houston. 7-point game, the biggest lead in the game. Smith wide open. He fires. Şengün finds Green. Back to Brooks. The screen from Thompson. 4 on the clock. Brooks the pass to Thompson. Smith outside. A Chance there to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark. Watson. That's in, coming off the assist from Jokic.
And I feel like Jokic has 360-degree vision. I mean, no matter where the open man is, he's going to find it. And they've repeatedly probed inside in the first half, guys, and it's paid off.
What's great about Jokic, GA, is he can put up MVP numbers, and he's got a little personality to him, doesn't he?
He does. You can tell he just loves life. He loves everything he does, especially when he's on the floor, making his teammates better.
Offensive rebound. Şengün, no good. The Nuggets trail by 5. Here's Gordon, and it's Gordon finishing it off.
We all know Gordon isn't just going to lay it up. He's going for the throwdown every time.
Thompson sets the pick for Green. And Thompson kicks to Şengün. There's Green with the 3. His shot is good, making him a perfect 2 for 2 from the floor.
He can really stroke it from deep. You have to keep better tabs on him.
Here's Gordon. Gordon with another miss. Houston leading by 6. Here's Green. And Brown pulls it down. An intentional foul committed, but for what purpose, Greg, I'm not sure.
A scene of confusion right there. I can't imagine why he thought it was a good idea to foul there.
Jokic with the bucket.
He's so skilled on the interior. Jokic plays with so much force and leverage down low.
We've got 28 seconds left in the first half of the game. Şengün against Jokic. Shot clock at 6. Şengün passes to Smith. Good work defensively by Holmes.
And no need to rush this. Let the clock run down.
Yeah, you don't have to be quick. You just have to be deliberate.
Now Green. Down low. And Green slams it in.
An aggressive move and fantastic finish.
Trying to send a message with that slam, I think. And so it's Jalen Green making highlights for the Rockets. He got to double digits for the quarter with 10 points total. We come back right after this.
Nuggets, 25.
And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. Well, guys, what can you say? Jalen Green, an impressive effort here today.
Man, he's been running wild on them through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
If they don't change their approach in the second half, let's just say his success will continue.
Thompson is out there with Alperen Şengün. Then it's Tari Eason. Then it's Brooks. And it's Green in at the point. And that's the group in there for Ime Udoka as we begin the second half. Oh, throw it down, Nikola Jokic.
Oh, that's just too easy for Jokic. This is why defensively you've got to get him away from the basket.
And Thompson slams it home.
Rocketing off the deck. Thompson showing that youthful exuberance.
RJ, the Rockets don't just have young talent. They have elite young talent.
Yeah, you can have all the high draft picks in the world. That doesn't mean you're going to hit on the right guys. But Houston, they certainly have.
Now, here's Şengün. That one doesn't go. And stolen by Şengün. Outside, Green. A shot by Thompson, and no one's around. Again, the miss by Thompson. The Nuggets trail by 7. No stopping him there. Jams it in as he's fouled. Chance now for a three-point play. It's going to be on Alperen Şengün. He's gone 2 for 2 at the line so far. And here's Green. He'll bring it up for the Rockets. Şengün with the screen for Green. The Rockets again can't hit. Denver's gone 3 of 7 tonight from three-point territory. Holmes wide open. He fired. Hits it from three-point range. Holmes got 6.
And when you've got a big man who can shoot from distance like that, what a huge advantage.
Green finds Thompson. Another miss by Houston.
And I like the bold move of going right back at him to return the three, but he just couldn't get it to him.
And the foul is called. He intentionally grabbed him there for some reason. I don't know.
Kevin, all I can think of is that he's trying to slow the game down a little bit.
Right.
That's a stretch, though. Definitely a strange move on his part.
Rockets have gone just 25% from the field here in the second half. They're 2 of 8. Eason's shot is good.
Ooh, can't ask for a cleaner look than that, and he'll make you pay.
For Denver, they've gotten 4 of their first 5 second-half shots to fall. 80% since the break. Jokic hatchets his way to finish inside.
Sometimes he seems to be indestructible with the finishes he can make. Jokic is a force down low.
Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
Nice work to get it inside and draw the contact.
The Rockets have yet to miss from the free throw line. They're 3 for 3. And so Thompson nails both of them.
Thompson is one of the best pure athletes to come into the league in quite some time. He's fast, and boy, can he fly.
Houston in the lead. Brooks dishes to Thompson. And it's blocked by Gordon. And they're on the break. Here's Jokic. Smooth finish out of transition by Jokic.
Capable of being a very potent scorer, Jokic certainly has looked focused so far in this one.
And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Şengün. For Denver, they've gone 6 of 8 on field goal attempts in the third. A 75% clip. Here's Brown. Guarded by Green. Brown's shot is off. Rocket shooting an ugly 27% since halftime. Brooks from outside. Houston gets it back. Pass to Green. Here's Şengün. It's hauled in by the Nuggets.
This is the definition of forcing it. He's trying to get himself going, but taking tough shots just won't do it.
And obviously his momentum from the last game has carried over here tonight.
He's just riding the wave of momentum right now, getting to his spots and keeping things simple on the offensive side.
Thompson for 3. And it's Denver with the rebound. Jokic just got rebound number 8 here tonight in the game. And it's Gordon with the finish.
Oh, he got fancy with that one.
Yeah, maybe trying to give them the momentum boost they need to break this game open. Here's Holmes. Tries again. Tries again. Rockets with the rebound. Şengün's got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. Brooks gets to Şengün. Şengün with the screen for Brooks. Trying to find Şengün. He gets it to him.
Nice ball movement there. Delivered the pass right on time.
Back to Jokic. And Jokic slams it in.
Oh, just solid on the one-handed slam.
And guys, when it's a tight ball game like this, he's the guy they want with the ball. Green with the ball. He's got 10. Knocks it loose. And pushing it up. Here's Denver. He gets it up. Oh, and he nails it just in time.
One eye on the rim, one on the clock. What a play.
Boy, that was close. Got it in just in the nick of time.
And offensively, a great show for the fans through the first 3 quarters. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
There wasn't a better pass in the game, almost like he had a sixth sense.
Well, this has been a great contest so far, and I imagine the fourth quarter could have even more action in store for us. And Denver will start the fourth quarter with the 4 and the 5. It's Gordon and Jokic. Jamal Murray is out there with Peyton Watson. And it's Holmes in at the 3. Thompson from long range. And it's Jokic with the rebound. Jokic has got rebound number 10 tonight with that last one. Thompson finds Brooks. 6 on the shot clock. Eason, a screen on Gordon. Thompson for the triple. Rebounded by Holmes. Holmes got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Here's Jokic. Back to Gordon. And even 3-on-3 break. Here's Eason. They get it back.
Oh, how about the finesse there? Nice little gentle touch on the board.
And you know, when you have that gentle touch, those tip-ins are easy to come by. Now, here's Jokic. On the wing, Gordon. Trying to find Jokic. Gets it to him. It's good. Jokic has got the lead up to 8 now for Denver.
Well, he's been doing it all night. Why not go back to him?
Yeah, just keep feeding him. That guy is a man on a mission. And the defense, well, they don't have much of an answer.
Brooks misses. For Denver, they've gone 2 of 3 from the field to get the 4th quarter started. Pass to Murray. That's in, coming off the assist from Jokic. Jokic has got 3 assists now in this one. Gordon against Thompson. Şengün with a screen on Gordon. Lock at 6. The shot by Thompson, no good.
And as long as he keeps missing from deep, the D will keep letting him fire away. He's just off from range right now.
Rockets trail by 10. Fires the 3. The shot missing.
Nothing is going his way in this half offensively. Really having a hard time finding his shot.
And you think Murray all about scoring, but Murray is about what helps his team win.
And he recovers it.
And they get it back again. I mean, how many rebounds offensively have they had? Everything's going right for them today.
Now Murray. Following the 3-point attempt by Dylan Brooks. Bucket is good.
And guys, the hardest shot to block, the floater. And for a guard like Murray, you need that in your arsenal to be successful.
And it's Green missing.
Definitely a situation you want to make sure you don't give him too good of a look.
Gordon, the pass to Jokic. And here is Holmes. That one drops for him. And the Nuggets lead by 16.
Offensively, defensively, they are in total control.
And guys, to go on a big run, get some breathing space, it has to be a great play on each end.
Good on the triple.
This is a smart play by Green, getting some help with the screen instead of trying to do it all by yourself.
And Jokic gets it to go. The assist by Watson. Jokic just got 8 points in the quarter.
And guys, what we saw here tonight is one side having everything going for them. Huge margin of victory for Denver.
A beautiful pass doesn't always get you on the highlight reels, but there were some spectacular dishes in this game.
You know what? It was a team that was in sync and just trusted one another to take the right shots.
And you know, looking back at all the contributions tonight, it was a really phenomenal all-around game for Jokic.
He was extremely efficient offensively, got good looks, and really knocked down big shots all game long.
And it's Gordon with the finish.
And this offense is in a perfect rhythm, and you can see how they're finishing their play.
Right about that. Seems like they haven't missed.
Murray against Green. Now here's Murray. Jacks up a 3. It's rebounded by Şengün. 34 seconds left in the 4th quarter. Brooks feeling it out a bit. Pass to Eason. Will it go? And it's Denver with the rebound. Murray outside. to the inside. Jokic, the dunk and the foul. A powerhouse move, and he's got a chance for one more at the line. It's going to be on Alperen Şengün. And that one misses. Eason grabs the board. And so it's Denver taking care of business in this. This one was over well before the final buzzer. The fans were waiting for something to get excited about, Greg, but they never got it.
They sure didn't. I mean, they just rolled to this win. They made it look really easy. What an efficient performance at both ends.
And we've got David. All right, DA, thanks again. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. And so
A lot of their action runs through the front court.
You're exactly right, B.A., and I think that's where the game's going to ultimately be decided. I mean, we have to see which set of these bigs is going to impose their will, not just offensively, but defensively, too.
So the Houston starting five. Van Vliet and Green, they're manning the backcourt. Amin Thompson out there with Dylan Brooks. And it's Şengün in at the 5, roaming the paint.
Well, Van Vliet likes to work up close and personal at the basket, always ready to take it inside.
And so it's Doncic with it. He brings it up for the Lakers. And with their last victory, this team reached the 50-win mark on the season.
And they should be proud of what they've been able to accomplish. You can't just luck your way into 50 wins. You gotta be a good team to reach that feat.
Clark, when you watch Luka Doncic play, how is he able to just control the games like he does?
He's a savant. That's all I can say. He's way ahead of himself. I mean, this guy's been a pro since he was 13 or 14 years old. There's nobody else in the NBA that's been a pro that long, I don't think. So, unique in that regard. Great size, uncanny, underrated strength. And then his vision, his pace, all of that, what allows him to...
Oh, man! Oh!
Punch, that was...
Bad intentions!
Whoa! Not known for showing off, Doncic with the highlight reel jam. Did I say that? Wow. Defense dodged a bullet that time. Total breakdown.
Here's James. Eason pulls it in.
Ooh, old school right there. No easy buckets.
Pass to Adams. Now Whitmore. He's covered by Reeves. No one near him. Good.
Steven Adams.
Here's Doncic. Lays it up and banks it in. Doncic has got 6 points.
Luka is a massive guard. He can do damage inside just as easily as outside.
It's Eason with the jam.
The B.A., when he gets the rim in his sights, it's tough to stop.
So aggressive and a determined finisher. Nice.
And guys, I like the fact that he chose the one-hand tomahawk slam because you get a little higher when you go off one hand and 1 foot.
Driving to the basket. Oh, that doesn't go on the chance to tie. The Lakers have gone 3 of 5 here in the opening quarter. The Rockets went from 22 to 41 wins last year, finishing right at 500.
Great progress by Houston. Just missed the play-in in the West. They would have easily made that same play-in tournament in the East. A huge step forward for the Rockets, no doubt. And I think it's a team that can sustain that trajectory.
And whenever Adams is aggressive on offense, it helps big time, especially when he's dunking it hard inside. Hey, that right there was a lot of confidence, given the size of the disadvantage there.
And you know what? He does. I mean, in the NBA, you've got to have ways to score over defenders of all sizes.
James against Smith. Doncic outside. From down in the low post, it goes. Give him 8.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
And you know what? They're going to keep using him. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
Smith finds Holiday to the paint. Adams inside. He's against Hayes. Oh, nice fake, but the layup's off the mark. Hachimura, the pass to James. To the middle. Here's Hayes. Soft touch off the glass. Hayes has got 6.
And once more this half, they find a way to get great position inside.
Pass to Smith. Doncic against Holiday. Launches a 3. Knocks down the triple.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
The Lakers lead by 5. Doncic outside. Out to Hachimura for 3. Kept alive. Doncic against Holiday. And that one drops.
Boy, there is no quit in Doncic. He competes every play, every game.
8-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Back to Holiday. To the inside. Here's Adams. And the shot is good on the assist by Holiday. Holiday's got 3 assists in the game.
Just owning the painted area. If it's working, no need to change.
And here's Doncic. He's got 10. Driving in. 16 feet out. The shot misses.
That's a decent look for him. He just couldn't convert.
Oh, what a performance by Luka Doncic. He has been the story for Los Angeles. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter in this one. And a moment to check out the scoring breakdown for the Lakers.
Well, I've liked their assertiveness inside. They've been getting that way and playing that way the whole time, setting the tone right away that the inside area is their territory.
And the other area they've impressed me is their commitment to the dribble drive, not settling from the perimeter.
This is how the floor looks for the Rockets starting the second. Green is the 2 with Brooks at the 3. Alperon Şengün out there with Amin Thompson. And is Van Vliet in at the point. Hachimura with a screen on Thompson. They grab their own miss. James, right side. Up and over Brooks. And there's James on the assist from Hachimura. James has got his first points of the game.
You know, LeBron's not really known for his quick trigger, but showing you right there that he does have catch and shoot ability.
Down low. Here's Şengün. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
And you like the balance here, not just falling in love with the 3-ball.
Van Vliet against Doncic. Nice finish from Luka.
You know, as I watch Doncic, I think it's futile to try to distract this guy. His focus and concentration and control of himself is excellent.
And you know, Clark, Fred Van Vliet gives you a number of things. Leadership might be the most important.
It is certainly one of his great attributes, B.A., when you look at Fred Van Vliet. Not very big, not super athletic, but a winner, tough-minded, and highly skilled. Doesn't make mistakes with the ball, gets other people's shots, and is proven to be a clutch and consistent quarterback at a really high level.
Pass to Doncic. Clock at 4. Oh, Luka playing grown man ball inside.
Doncic giving you the full package. Superstar for sure.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
B.A. Fred Van Vliet said, I've been a leader on pretty much every team that I've ever played for. I'm a leader in life. It's just something you either have or you don't. Something you got to work at. Some guys will gravitate towards it and some won't. Brian, is it that simple?
Well, I think most of his teammates value what he has to say, for sure. Oh, Doncic playing above the rim.
Luka has so many physical gifts. Taking flight right there.
Here's Van Vliet. And he gets the bucket. Van Vliet's got 6 points.
Well, the defense allowed that one. He had a clear path to the cup.
Here comes LeBron. Rockets with a rebound. Second quarter play, almost 3 minutes gone here. Brooks banked it in off the glass. And it's now only a 5-point Laker lead.
A throwback wing. Dylan Brooks is very comfortable working down low.
Oh, how about the teardrop from Luka? And Grant, we know the importance of the veteran leaders on a team, but not every vet wants to accept a mentorship role.
Very true, B.A. In your later years, that role becomes a blend of playing and kind of coaching. Not everyone is cut out for that.
And finished off by Hayes.
Man, what a pass that was there. He really relishes making the game easier for his teammates.
Wide open.
A confident shot from Amin. I mean, when he trusts his J, Thompson is that much more difficult to check.
Doncic deciding where to go with it. It's stolen by Green. It's an even 3-on-3 break. Closing in on 4 minutes played here in the second quarter. Three-pointer. Rebounded by LeBron. And so it's James with it. He brings it up for Los Angeles. And the call will be against Fred VanVleet. That's his first foul of the game. And the Lakers making a change here. Len's checked in.
Coming onto the floor for your Lakers, number 27, Alex Len.
Doncic outside. There's the screen by Len. Oh, they get a hand on it. Stolen by VanVleet. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Here's James. Oh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So he'll get a pair at the line. It's going to be on him in Thompson.
Hey, you have to have pity for the defense right there. I mean, LeBron is an absolute load down low.
Clark, what's incredible about LeBron? He makes as big of an impact off the court as he does on it.
B.A., I think it's going to be one of the great case studies when he's all done playing, how he's impacted the game and uplifted people across the country and world. He's a tremendous advocate for social justice. He's obviously a shrewd and successful businessman, and he's been a vocal leader who also leads by example. He's actually epitomizing the change he'd like to see in other folks and inspiring along the way.
Now here's Doncic. 18 points for him. Thompson pulls it in.
He's as surprised as we are. Most nights, that bucket is automatic.
Brooks the pass to Thompson. On the wing, Thompson. Launches it. He got it up in time, but it would not fall for him. And so it's Los Angeles, leading by 6 as we wrap up the quarter. Just pounding the painted area. That's helped them build an advantage. All right, stick around. We'll be right back after this. And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, this second half could turn out to be a great one as both teams trying to gain an edge. Boy, really an incredible game here from Luka Doncic.
You just love his patience offensively in the first half. Waited until he got the looks he wanted.
Well, you know what, guys? It was all about efficient offense, not rushing things, taking your time, finding the best shot on every possession.
LeBron James out there with Rui Hachimura. Then it's Alex Len. Then it's Austin Reeves. And it's Doncic in at the point guard position. That's the Laker 5. Thompson scanning the floor. From beyond the arc and then some. Thompson's got 5.
One of the things you've got to admire and respect about him is his aggressiveness at the offensive end, always in attack mode.
You know, Clark, with the Lakers, at times it is hard to maintain a sense of continuity.
Boy, it sure is, B.A. I mean, there's always pressure to improve or be at your best, but even more so when you're playing in the glitz and glamour of L.A. and all that history. And because of that, sometimes it can lead to high team turnover when you're playing for the Lakers.
Inside. And there's Şengün. That one's good. On the assist by Brooks. He has 6.
Love when Şengün looks to score, especially from the interior.
It's James on the wing. And it's James inside.
Showing off with the floater game. Not a shot you can swat.
Green with the ball. Picked up by Reeves. Şengün in the post. Len's there. Şengün, no good. Los Angeles leading by 5. Doncic outside. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up.
That's his first.
Well, last season we saw Luka Doncic score 73 points. Tied for 4th most in NBA history.
B.A., he is so special. And the thing about the 73 he got, it was the most efficient 70-point game in league history. And with how offense-heavy the league is going, I wouldn't put it past him to go north of Kobe Bryant's mark of 81 at some point. He's got that kind of ability.
Thompson's vertical is impressive. I love seeing this young guard rise up and throw it down.
For Los Angeles, they've got 2 of 3 from the floor in this third quarter. Reeves, the pass to Doncic. Screen by James. Doncic finds James, shoots over Thompson, and off the front iron, and in it goes. James has got 9 points.
LeBron's skill level is so great. I mean, that mid-range is not his go-to, but he can do it all, so it looks like it's part of his go-to.
Los Angeles leading by 7. Doncic with it. 20 points for him. Luka against resistance.
And his fantastic performance from the last game has carried over to tonight.
And you know, that's how it goes with him. I mean, his hot streaks, guys, don't last minutes. They last days.
He put a little flair on that one.
Yes, he did. Man, he's a strong finisher, huh?
Not when he can throw it down like that. Boom!
And when you look at the Lakers, a lot has happened since their championship run in 2020, Clark.
Yeah, it really has, B.A., and I think some of it you have to attribute it to a significant amount of roster turnover. And then you pair that with coaching changes. One of the keys to being successful in anything and at any level and in the NBA, stability, continuity. You've got to have it with your executive management team, coaches, and players. And they've not had that, so the consistency has been hard to find.
Reeves, the pass to Doncic. Reeves with a screen on Green. Here's Doncic on the drive. And Doncic with the jam.
Big time flush by Doncic. Man, this young fella really has a lot of game.
And there's the call on Jalen Green. That's his first foul of the game.
And this kind of selflessness is great to see. Textbook positioning to draw the charge.
Heads up action there. Reading the play and then beating him to the spot. Well done.
Oh, got that bucket in no time at all. And now it's an 11-point Los Angeles lead.
Luka's peripheral vision off the charts. Get wide open, and he's going to find you.
Back to Thompson. Şengün in the post. Len's there. Misses off the left iron. Los Angeles leading by 11. Doncic up top. Green covering. Hachimura from long range. It's hauled in by Houston. Fast break. Here come the Rockets. Oh, and the jam by Thompson.
That's unreal. I mean, Thompson, that was going to hit his head on the rim one day. Oh.
There's 39 seconds left in the third. It's James with the drive. And slam dunk by James.
Attacking the rim with power.
Tremendous finish.
Really piling on the lead with a dunk like that.
Back to Whitmore. And he makes it on the layup.
Athleticism showing through from Whitmore. He doesn't need much room at all to operate in close.
Now Doncic, 24 points for him. Gets it off. And so it's Los Angeles with a 9-point cushion at the end of the quarter. And it's mostly... And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
You know, I'm kind of stoked that this was a choice because I love this pass. A remarkable find. He put his court vision on full display.
Yeah, and with the accuracy to go along with that vision. I mean, he put the ball in the absolute perfect spot. That's how you orchestrate it.
Fourth quarter action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. Fourth quarter on the court for the Rockets. Cam Whitmore out there with Jalen Green. Then there's Amin Thompson. Then there's Alperon Şengün. And it's Brooks in at the 3, the small forward. Well, Grant, after 3 straight drafts high in the lottery, the Rockets got to 500 in 2024.
Yeah, and I love how they signed some vets in the summer of 23. Houston decided we want to win now, and I wish more teams did that.
Luka Doncic is a superstar in this league, and he continues to build on what is going to be some kind of resume when it's all said and done. Has every tool that you need to have to be an MVP one day.
Pass to Şengün. Let's go with a 3. And that comes off the assist by Green. Green's got 3 assists now in this one.
This speaks to how assertive Şengün can be. Love when he makes quick decisions like that there.
Doncic with the bucket.
And just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
Yeah, I love the fact he doesn't play the score. He just keeps coming, attack mode. He doesn't know how to step off the gas pedal.
Pass to Şengün. And that one goes. He's shooting 5 of 9 in this one.
They're going at it on offense. Neither team backing down.
Hey, defense is taking a back burner. Secondary on the marquee, but who doesn't love a game like this? Let's go. I like offense.
Here's Doncic. Four on the clock. And he tries it off the glass, but it's no good. Green, the pass to Thompson. James with the block.
What timing by James on the denial. His hand is right there at the exact moment it needs to be.
Doncic outside. And that one's good. Doncic has got 6 here in the quarter. And now we get a little perspective here on how the hustle game has been for the Lakers.
They've been so aggressive getting out on shooters all game long. Nothing's getting past this defense, and that, to me, has been impressive.
And they've also been so active defensively, getting deflections, forcing turnovers, and scoring off of them.
The thing that stands out about Şengün is how crafty he is in the post. Excellent footwork and a lot of moves.
Doncic on the wing. Brooks defending. Şengün with a steal. James with a steal. Just under 2.5 minutes gone by now in the final quarter. Here's Doncic. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Doncic has got 14 points now in the second half.
And it only makes sense to give him the rock again. He put the team on his back all game.
And no let up in him either, guys. I mean, he wants to continue to expand that lead, and as long as he's the one taking the shots, that lead's going to expand.
He's been playing great, unselfish basketball, really putting the rock in the hands of the right shooters.
He is delivering a lot of room service times tonight. One sweet one after another.
Here's Whitmore outside. Yes, and it's Şengün picking up the assist.
Beautiful setup. You see right there, Alperon Şengün. His game isn't all about power.
Now here's Reeves. Whitmore defending. And here's Reeves. James outside. Clock is at 3. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. It's going to be on Amin Thompson.
Hey, you want to try to guard LeBron, good luck. I mean, the king is impossible to stop. Fast, strong, smart, tough, creative, draws lots of fouls.
Rockets trail by 10. Here's Brooks. And he takes that one up and powers it through.
Yeah, just showcasing his athleticism. When Brooks gets open space around the rim, he looks to throw it down with authority.
James with the ball. Checked by Brooks. James against Brooks. Hachimura up top. Back to James. And they'll turn it over. Couldn't get the shot off. A shot clock violation.
Rockets ball.
For Houston, they've got 5 out of 10 shots to drop here in the final quarter. On the wing, Brooks. And the powerful one-handed Right-handed slam.
And this is what Brooks loves to do. Attacking the defense and scoring right on them with the foul.
And Brooks no good on that one. For Los Angeles, they've gotten 4 shots out of 6 attempts to drop so far in the fourth. Doncic finds James. 43 seconds left in the final quarter. Pass to Lynn. Outside Reeves. The Lakers got to get one up. Late clock.
And right here, they can't waste any time.
No, you need a quick bucket and then a quick foul. It's as though Green always has more left in his tank. He digs deep and finds the bucket.
Şengün with a steal. James against Thompson. Brooks a screen on James. To the paint. And he sinks it. And he's brought them within 2 points now.
Great to see guys who don't back down under pressure.
Cool, calm, collected, and confident in the biggest moment of the game.
Yes.
And so they choose to intentionally foul.
Getting a little desperate at this stage. I mean, the clock's the big factor.
That's a good foul, though. I like that. Clock management crucial at this time of the game.
And so he drops them both. And it's a 4-point ball game.
Good composure from the line there. Those shots sealed.
Timeout call. Houston. They trail by 4. All right, guys, what's your take?
It's gonna be tough. They've got to get a quick hoop and then immediately foul.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's what they're talking about. I mean, it's their only chance. And even if it's a long shot, it is a chance.
So it's a narrow victory for the Lakers, pulling it out for the W. I'm sure they would have preferred a blowout victory. Allie, thank you as always. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Clark Kellogg, Grant.
The Nuggets are not holding anything back in the wardrobe department as they made their entrance tonight. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. And what a match. We have here in the front court, Greg.
Yeah, each of these teams are anchored by their big men. I think it's going to be physical and highly intensified.
Here are the starters for Los Angeles. James is out there with Hachimura. Then it's Austin Reeves. Then there's Luka Doncic, and it's Hayes in at the 5, roaming the paint. And so the Denver Nuggets get the first points on the ballgame. And so it's going to be a 3-second violation out there on the defense. The amazing Nikola Jokic. Dan, how fun is this guy for us to watch every time we do a game?
Yeah, he's such an interesting guy, Kevin. He's got so many skills, and he's led the league in touches, but he's near the bottom in how long the ball sticks in his hand, constantly making quick decisions and passes. This guy is really like watching the best we've ever seen.
I would agree. And what a quality to know where to go with the ball when the pressure arrives.
And nothing gets past LeBron. I mean, makes a play before the clock runs out.
And it's Jokic missing. And here's Los Angeles. And this group reaching a major milestone this season, notching their 50th win in their last game.
Hey, you love to ensure a winning season, and most NBA teams, even great ones, consider this a major accomplishment.
That's his first personal foul. First team foul.
A little over a minute gone here in the first quarter. Reeves with the screen on Gordon. Reeves outside. 5 on the clock. Here's Hayes. And it's Denver with the rebound. And it's Gordon penetrating. Oh, he just jams it right over LeBron. Wow.
And you gotta love a skilled dunker like Gordon, charging in and sailing right over the defense.
Here's Doncic. That one's in, his first shot this game.
Just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
Well, when you are the aggressor this early, it is intimidating.
The rhythm, the timing. When Murray is in sync, that pull-up jumper is a thing of beauty.
And we have an intentional foul there, G.A. I wish I could say why.
That was pretty strange. I mean, no idea what got into his head right there.
Watson, he's checked in for Murray. And Los Angeles making a change here as well. Maxi Kleba, he's checked in for Hayes. Reeves against Jokic. Pass to Doncic. Gordon with it. Nice fake there to create the shot, but it's no good. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Thanks very much. Briefly spoke with David Adelman. Now, if you think Luka Doncic is a problem, you're right. Coach told me he reads the situation as well as anyone. Try to give him different looks. The goal is just to slow him down and try to make someone else beat us. See where it ends up. Kevin, back to you.
Thank you, David. And a little over 2.5 minutes gone here in the first. Here's Doncic, and it's blocked. Oh, here we go with Gordon. Nobody back. And it's Gordon finishing it off.
An extremely well-conditioned athlete, Gordon is an effective option on fast break.
Doncic feeling it out. Pass to Hachimura.
2 minutes remaining in the first. 2 minutes.
Jokic against Kleba. Here's Hachimura. And then Hachimura with the jam.
And proving to be effective around the rim. Hachimura leaving no doubt about that one.
Here's Jokic, and there's another one for the Nuggets. No shortage of drama here early on.
Yeah, 8 lead changes already. Huge number this early.
And looking back, Coach, how great was it to see the Nuggets win their first title back in 2023?
One of the great NBA stories, Kevin. It was huge. It was a moment years in the making. That championship meant so much to the city of Denver and its fans.
Gordon, and then Gordon with the dunk.
A constant threat around the rim. Gordon is an agile big who just throws it down with ease.
To Kleba from downtown, connects from three-point range.
When he's hitting that shot, this offense becomes scary, even more difficult to defend.
Yeah, if you can hit that with regularity, it opens up the floor so much more.
Now, Hachimura, following the three-point attempt by Jokic. Kleba, no good. Nuggets have gone 6 of 10 from the field in this ballgame. Here's Gordon into the lane. Reeves with the rebound.
Come on, you can't be doing that. I know these guys want to put on a show, but you can't pass up scoring opportunities.
Denver with the ball after LeBron's three-pointer that didn't go. And there it is for him.
Just using his size well close to the rim. Porter is outstanding at cashing in from those spots.
Doncic outside. Lobbed up there for Hachimura. Now, here's Doncic. Tight defense on him. Here's Kleba. And Kleba slams it in.
Well, he led him with the pass there, almost like the quarterback timing a route. That was impressive.
Tie game and some big points being put up on the board. Clark, as we wrap up the first. Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after the first quarter of play. And the Nuggets, guys, what jumps out to you numbers-wise?
Yeah, in that first period, they looked to push in transition at every opportunity.
Yeah, they gave the other team no time to breathe. Every time they got the ball, they were off to the races. And you see how effective this aggressive mindset can be.
Sharing the wing spots, it'll be Brown and Porter Jr. The 4 and the 5. It's Gordon and Jokic. And it's Watson in at the point. That's the group for Denver getting going here in the second.
Good job of stepping up to the plate there, seizing back the momentum for his team.
Yeah, plenty of lead changes in this game. It's gone back and forth.
You know, it's inevitable that a player's physical abilities diminish over the course of a career. But the thing that stands out to me about LeBron James is that he never lost his insatiable drive to win. Guys, if anything, he's gotten stronger. And we're starting the second quarter, about a minute gone. Los Angeles has gone 1 of 2 on three-pointers here in the second quarter so far. Down low, Reeves in the corner. In the corner, it's Kleba. And it's Hachimura in the corner. 6 to shoot. Pass to James. And it's off from three-point range. Here's Gordon. That's good, and the assist goes to Watson. Gordon's got 8 points.
And there's just so much athleticism to Gordon's game. Good luck trying to contain him inside.
Now Reeves. Nice ball movement here by the Lakers. In the dunk by Doncic. He talked about a back-and-forth game. This is the definition.
You have to love these kinds of games, scoring-wise, keeping everybody on their toes.
Now, here's Watson. And no good, trying to use the glass.
Well, he didn't go up very strong there, and the defense was able to just push him off his shot.
From deep LeBron. Denver grabs the miss.
Well, you can't question his confidence from out there, but it's not falling. Maybe time for a different approach.
Nuggets have gone 2 of 4 shooting the ball here in the second. In the corner, it's Gordon. Now, here's Watson, guarded by Doncic. Here's Gordon, and then Gordon with the dunk.
And not the prototype power forward, but he has tremendous athletic ability.
Pass to Kleba. Back to Doncic. Luka throws it down.
And sometimes defenses sleep on Doncic's ability to elevate. He is capable of throwing it down.
Here's Watson on the wing. Gordon over Kleba, and Gordon gets it to go in on the assist by Watson. Gordon's got 6 here in this quarter. Greg, you know this. Good coaches give their players confidence. But what's the balance there between affirmation and accountability?
Well, when you believe in a player, that also comes with expectations. So a coach has to boost them up and also demand that they deliver.
Here's Doncic following the score by Aaron Gordon over Watson. And it's Doncic missing.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the look they want. It's tough work in the mid-range area.
Traps in the tray. Brown's got the lead up to 4 now for the Nuggets.
Looking to make plays for others. We've seen this from him all night.
Yeah, when there's been an open man, he's found him. You love to see a guy dishing it like this.
And some hang time on the rim. Puts a little cherry on the top of that slam.
Well, those kind of displays of strength can get one team rolling. Out left of the wing. A shot by Kleba. Wide open. Good. And the assist goes to Doncic. Kleba's got 11 points.
Excellent at dishing the rock. Luka with the nice feed.
Jokic kicks to Porter. Jokic inside. Working on James. Jokic, no good. James, the pass to Kleba. It's in, and he's a very efficient 5 for 6 on the game.
And they keep hammering away at him inside, forcing the ball into the paint.
To the middle. It's stolen by Hachimura. Now the Lakers on the break. James against Jokic. Out to the right wing. Pass to Kleba. A 3-ball. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. And it's a 6-point Laker lead.
He can be a forgotten man in their offense sometimes, but the D still has to keep an eye on him. Well, he wanted to return the favor there for that last 3, but it just wasn't in the box.
And James throws it down.
Yeah, I mean, maybe could have tried for a more memorable dunk than that one.
And we know he's capable of those memorable ones. Lakers shooting their second free throw attempt on the night.
The feel LeBron has for the game, unreal. Whatever situation he finds himself in, he always seems to have an answer. And they just can't find a way to end this thing. Nothing falling right now.
Well, this is a spot where you have to be able to go to your leaders. They need to step up and make a play to turn things around.
Los Angeles shooting their third and fourth free throw attempts of the game.
Yeah, looking over their percentage on the season, I think they will be thrilled with the number in terms of their free throw percentage, 79.
1 second left. Not going to go that time. And we've reached halftime in this one. Lakers ahead. Ending the second quarter with an energy burst, a 19-7 run. And we'll get going after this from Ball Arena.
Your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drum roll, please. They're measuring up the shot.
Well, we've got a second half of basketball for you. We think it's going to be pretty good. A big comeback, though, is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. One of the stories so far, Maxi Kleba getting it done today.
Well, we'll find out if they were able to find an answer for him over the break. He was scoring with ease in that first half.
Yeah, I'd love to see what they drew up in the locker room, because you're right. He's the problem right now.
So for the Lakers right now, we've got Austin Reeves, Rui Hachimura out there with James. Then there's Maxi Kleba, and it's Doncic in at the point. The Nuggets trail by 9. Watson inside, guarded by Doncic. Watson's shot is off. James finds Doncic. Reeves outside. That 3 off the mark. And for the Nuggets, they're shooting well. 50% from the floor. Here's Brown. A rebound by the Lakers. LeBron's got rebound number 5 here tonight. And if you're... Oh, wow! What a great move inside.
That is incredible.
Oh, okay. I guess LeBron wanted that one to sting a little. Put a little extra on that one. Oh, up high and down hard with that one-hander.
He got a little extra forceful. You're right with that one. To the paint. It's held in by Jokic. Jokic has got his 5th rebound in this one. Gordon.
And the athleticism Gordon has poses so many problems for defenders, especially when he's looking to score from there.
This is his first free throw of the game. You coached Stan at various levels for 30 years. How has the transition been to the broadcasting business?
Well, Kevin, it's been great because of people like you and because I'm undefeated.
Right. But do you miss the aftermath when there's at least a score sheet? There's a scorecard that says win or loss.
I do miss that. There's no question. I miss the competition. I miss the camaraderie of building toward a result. But I've started to get some of that in broadcasting as I've gotten to know my partners better.
Well, it's great being your partner.
Likewise.
And when Gordon is hot, boy, he is fun to watch. And you can tell he's having fun as well.
Screen by James. Pass to Kleba. Just 5 to shoot. The Lakers need to get a shot off here. Hachimura, no good.
That's a defender doing just enough to cause a miss on the layup.
Count it.
Just so physical inside. Even with contact, Jokic able to fight through.
And so Doncic will bring it up for the Lakers. They've held a 12-point lead earlier. Kleba finds Doncic.
2 minutes remaining in the third.
Pass to Hachimura. Reeves right side. Back to Hachimura. Nice D from Porter. The Nuggets trail by 8. Gordon, the pass to Jokic. Comes up empty down low. Los Angeles has gone 6 of 14 with the 3 ball tonight. Just a little over 40%. On the wing, Doncic. Back to James. James jackhammers it down.
Just a super unselfish guy. Doncic is all for getting his guys going. Enjoys setting the table.
Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, improving dialogue between players and officials is a priority. Commissioner Silver says, now with high-fidelity audio, we're all able to hear a lot of what's being said. Now we have to take into account the high-stress environment. But there has to be a two-way sense of respect. I feel it's an area where we can make progress. Kevin?
You know, the commissioner's always looking ahead and looking at every area, which is great for the game. Gordon outside. Rebounded by the Lakers. Kleba's got his 4th rebound in this one. Lakers leading by 14. Doncic outside. Reeves outside. Lakers passing it around. Drains it from beyond the arc. Kleba's got 23.
And guys, he's been a one-man air raid coming at them time and time again.
Well, what I love about his three-point shooting is the spacing that he's adding. It makes things a lot easier for everyone else.
Good if it goes. And as we end the third quarter, a double-digit deficit will make it tough to come back. Lakers on top. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
And definitely deserving of the prize tonight. How about the read he made here? Looking like a point guard, putting the pass right on the money.
Well, his height gives him the ability to see the floor, and he makes a quick decision and a great package.
And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may be already out of hand. The forwards are Porter Jr. and Gordon to his side. Then there's Peyton Watson. And it's Nikola Jokic. And it's Brown in at the 2. That's the group on the floor for Denver. Doncic, no good. The Nuggets trail by 15. Brown, the pass to Gordon. And it's Luka with the rebound. Los Angeles has gone 7 of 15 from three-point range tonight. They're not afraid of that shot. Kleba, the pass to Reeves. Back to Kleba. It's hauled in by Watson. For Denver, they've gone 1 of 3 from the field to start the fourth quarter. Inside. Pass to Brown. Trying to find Jokic. Gets it to him. Kicks it out to Gordon. From the arc. Offensive rebound. And Jokic throws it down hard.
Oh, you got to put a body on Jokic or he'll torch you on the offensive glass.
Doncic outside. Trying to break that ice-cold streak. Count the bucket. And he's got a free throw coming up as well.
Michael Porter Jr.
And when the score is as lopsided as it is, and you can see they smell blood in the water, my man is going for the jugular.
We've got some talented defensive big men in the league today, Coach. But in your opinion, who would you say is the best rim protector?
Well, Kevin, I would have said Rudy Gobert because people didn't even want to go to the rim and challenge him. Right. Anthony Davis is great. But I'm telling you, the young guy, Victor Wembanyama, I think is the best we've got now.
Isn't he something else, Dan? We've never seen anything like him.
We never have, and I'm not sure we ever will again.
Wow. Los Angeles leading by 17. The drive by Doncic. Here's Kleba. No good from outside. Nuggets have gone 2 of 7 from the field in what's been a cold start to the fourth quarter for them. The basket, the bump, and the foul. Oh, what a play.
Yeah, so skilled offensively. Getting the ball in his hands is generally a good idea.
And what do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for Los Angeles?
Well, they've really been sharing the basketball. All coaches talk about that, try to get their teams to do it. It's really great when you see it in action.
And they've also been steady from the three-point line and doing a good job creating room for their shooters and then converting.
LeBron can't get it to go.
Well, the defense just dared him to take that one. Poor execution on their part, but they got lucky.
No doubt about it. He has done a ton to help this team, but he's going to have to do even more if they want to have a chance to get back in this one.
Now LeBron, screen by Kleba. LeBron kicks to Hachimura. Back to James. And finished off by LeBron.
Well, they expect this from him, and he's a big reason they're out in front right now.
Down low. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here. That's on LeBron James. Last season, Stan Jokic passed LeBron's all-time triple-double mark. And he did it stunningly in 813 fewer games.
Yeah, now it's really possible, Kevin, that he's going to end up at the top of that triple-double list by the time his career's over. He's got the big O and Westbrook in his sights. You know, don't sell this guy short. He can do it almost any night.
Back to Kleba. Reeves left side. Pass to Kleba. And it's going to be a 24-second shot clock violation. They turn it over. The Nuggets trail by 12. Watson surveying the D. And it's Jokic missing. The Lakers have gone 3 of 7 from the floor in the fourth. That's a 42% mark in the quarter.
And so only one team answered the bell tonight, guys. Not a monster blowout by any means, but still a double-digit victory for the Lakers.
In the end, they had a better shooting percentage, and that's what made the difference. Sometimes, things go your way. The other team wasn't catching many lucky breaks themselves.
Yeah, and Kevin, not all about luck. I thought their overall shot selection was better.
Doncic passes to Kleba, and Kleba slams it in.
Taking no chances, they go on one last run to seal the deal.
Yeah, this run has poured a bucket of water on any ember of a potential comeback.
Doncic outside. Puts up a deep three. Kleba, no good. And so it's Watson who will bring it up for the Denver Nuggets. Trailing by 17. Gordon dishes to Porter. Pass to Jokic. And so they choose to intentionally foul.
They'll give them credit for still battling here down the stretch, but I think it's too little too late.
Checking in the game for your Nuggets.
So it's Los Angeles winning this one easily. They came in here and took care of business like they were the home team.
And Kevin,
much appreciated, David. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. So for Stan Van Gundy, Greg Anthony, and David Aldridge, I'm Kevin Harlan. Thanks for watching the